Alright. It looks like we are live. What's up, everybody? How you guys doing tonight? Where? Oh, there we go. I done lost one of my scenes for a moment. But we are good now. So, thank you all again for coming out to watch. What up, Libris, Dust, Variel, Auralia? How's it going? How's it going? Lovely to see you all. So, let's get right into it, shall we? So, what do you guys remember from last week?
Mickey passed away in a heroic, valiant, self-sacrificial death.
You've told 3 lies so far.
3. And counting.
Everyone misses him. It was very sad.
4 lies. 5 lies.
The group
Sad.
doesn't quite know what to do
Very sad.
without the guide of Mickey. And it's really quite sad to see them decay as they are. I'm trying to go for 10.
Alright, well, what do the rest of you remember?
Thank you.
I snapped off Mickey's horn,
That's true.
and it turned into a pile of dust that then turned into a symbol thingy of Asmodeus.
Correct.
Someone else made a deal with Asmodeus too.
Mine didn't involve trying to kill my party members.
I decided not to do that.
You don't know that.
Yeah, I do.
So, Buckle,
Not for sure.
what do you remember from last week? It's quite a week for Garrett.
The gods hate Garrett, you hate me. That's pretty much how these sessions go. Yeah, I'm comfortable with that explanation.
Well, quit rolling ones all the time, you goof.
Listen, I rolled a double nat 20 last week to illustrate just how much Garrett did not want to be attached to Mickey. So,
That's true.
the battle was against some lady we didn't recognize, and she brought forth 4 people whom could have been wronged by Garrett.
Well, maybe
if
not
you
so
were a
much
dick about it.
wronged as failed by.
Sure. Which is a lie, but we'll go with it.
A lie. I was just looking for a different way of
It's
phrasing
all a
it.
lie.
They're not angry, they're just disappointed.
Sure, yep. Through no fault of his own, he gets blamed for a bunch of stuff. But luckily, this wonderful party around Garrett really helps him out and gets him through tough times, because he got his ass knocked down 3 times in one session. So
I get knocked down.
I believe I said to Trip at one point, he is the Chumbawamba of this group.
That is true. So, Ewok, anything you'd care to add? Anything that they might have missed?
Just the fact that all the last 3 encounters we had were from subs, which was fun.
Yeah.
That's about it.
And what about you, Trip?
I got to Moonbeam Spruce. That was fun.
That's true. Got to take on your old character in some combat. So that was pretty interesting. And then immediately following that, you guys made your way through that little temple area, down a long shaft, and into the room where you now stand, which is 20 by 20 square, stone walls, and dirt floor. Stone doors are in the north side of the room.
Was that your way of saying that we are ready to begin?
I am ready to begin whenever you are.
Okay. Let's investigate that stone door.
All right.
Well, anything obvious on it before I go through the trouble of investigation?
You do what now?
Anything obvious on it before I go through the trouble of investigation?
There are more markings, very much in the same Mulhorandi style, but these appear to be very less significant in a religious sense, and just more kind of just stylistically imprinted doors.
Okay.
None of the symbols that you see are denoting any kind of significance to you.
Alright, then I will investigate it for any obvious... Nothing. It looks like a door. It's a door. Hey guys, I found a door. There's nothing wrong with it. It's fine.
It is definitely a door.
Mm-hmm.
You do not see hinges. There
Okay.
is a keyhole and a handle
sure.
on each door.
Good news. I found a keyhole. Bad news. I don't have any keys.
That is correct.
I push on it anyway.
Make an athletics check.
I'm not pushing on it that hard. I'm just,
Testing it.
yeah, confirming it's locked.
Oh, it's locked.
Okay.
Hey, Nikki.
Further good news, this door is locked. And this is where my expertise with doors ends.
Doesn't
Thank you
always
for-
mean we need a key.
Not a doorman, okay?
I'm like an ideas guy.
Not the door guy. Who is the door guy? Do we have a door guy? I don't think we have a door guy.
No.
We don't
I
have a
kind
guy
of
that
miss
does
Homer for
doors.
being...
Mickey was pretty good at doors. Not that you guys would ever know.
That's one way of looking at it.
How is it locked? Is there like a visible keyhole?
There are 2 visible keyholes. And 2
Can I
visible
try-
handles.
And peek through the keyhole?
Sure. Make a perception check.
Ooh.
You see the inner workings of a mechanical-looking lock.
Yeah, through the other keyhole?
Same thing. I'll let your perception carry over. You can't see through them. You just see that there's gears and mechanisms in there.
Hmm. I don't know. We can try. Like, it's a stone door.
It is stone.
Can we try and break it down?
Sure. You'd like to.
I mean, maybe we can pick the lock. Or there's a non-obvious key on us that maybe one of you has failed to tell the rest of the party that you have. It's okay if you have. No one's going to be mad at you. But if you did pick up a key somewhere in the abyss that could get us out of here, now's the time to share it. I have to stress, you will not get in trouble. Jack.
Says a
No, we never-
goateed Garrett.
We never fell for that as kids either. Okay. So... You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to try knocking.
What? How are you knocking? Like, any particular cadence or rhythm?
I'm not going to go with the time-honored shave and a haircut. Nah, fuck it. Shave and a haircut. Yep.
Nothing happens.
Man, must be more than 2 bits.
One of these days, that's gonna work. But today is not that day.
I hope so.
Today is
The day
not
it works,
that
I will
day.
laugh.
I want to try and break it down.
Okay.
Because why the fuck not?
What are you using to break it down?
I don't know. I'll just use my fists. See
Okay.
how that works.
So you're just gonna punch the door?
Yes.
Which one? The left or the right?
The left one.
Alright, move your character into position. And make an athletics check.
And ooh.
You blow the door clean off its hinges, and I need you
Boom.
to make a charisma saving throw.
Okay.
All right. Ma'am, your role has been noted. Let's get you a symbol.
Uh-oh.
This one will work. And just give me one moment to get that door out of your way.
I like to think that there was like she punched it and nothing happened for a second, and then it just like flew off.
She punched the air in front of it, like One Punch Man style, and just flies off. Yeah, you annihilated it. It's off the hinges, and the other side just kind of swings open.
I just step back and I'm like, let's go.
Emma was like, "Fuck your puzzle."
Also, Ammo, Evelyn, and Garrett can all make Arcana checks if they'd like.
Fuck off, Ammo. That's what I have to say about that.
Well, I mean, it seems like I failed my charisma save, but hey, at least the other ones.
Alright. Seraphina, you are sure that you
It's
have
'cause
been
of that.
cursed.
See, there's a 20 right there. That's how I keep getting 20s. It's my good luck turn. And damn it! Can I tell what sort of nature of curse it is? Like, maybe not the exact curse, but like which, is it like some sort of demonic origin curse? Is it like I don't know.
You can roll religion if you want. You notice briefly in the air just a wisp of 2 cobras when you blew that door open.
2 cobras?
2 cobras.
Hmm. Okay. And I don't feel any different yet, other than knowing that I'm cursed.
You know that something happened, and you know that it's a curse, but you don't know what's going to
I have
happen or
not.
when.
Felt any effects yet?
Curses can be very, very wide-ranging. It's not right. It's like not quite as simple as knowing what spell is being used in a magical trap. Like curses could be anything.
Ooh, I see.
Have you tried hovering over the icon in the top right?
That doesn't work.
This isn't WoW.
Open
Okay.
session.
I will take one step in.
Okay.
Nothing happens.
Nothing happens.
Okay. I say we press on.
Can we at least make the assumption that the curse was part of the door, and that's why she was affected by it?
That is correct.
Okay.
It'll be fine.
Don't mind that pain.
I mind big time.
Wait, did we rest yet? Since...
Yes.
Okay. Hang on, I just gotta... What the heck did I do with my notebook? Oh, there it is. So I can make sure I keep track of my spells and whatnot.
Scribble, scribble, scribble. Those aren't notes. You're not fooling anyone.
No, I keep track of how many of each level of spell I have, and I just put a tick mark and put the new number, so I was erasing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The D&D Beyond character sheets are really nice, except for the fact there's no drow.
They're going to be fixing that. Somebody had mentioned to me, I brought that up last night when we were playing, and somebody mentioned to me that like there was a problem and they had to pull it back, but they'll be re-adding it, I'm sure. It's in the player's handbook.
They get
Yeah.
rock gnomes, but they
Yeah,
fuck up drow.
Yeah. Goliath is in there, all the Aarakocra and
All
Genasi.
4 Genasis.
Yeah, and there's also only one cleric domain. I'm sure they'll be adding more to it.
And there's only 2 feats that you can pick from.
It's alpha, dude.
I know, it's just funny. Like, why even go live if you don't have all the core races and only 2 feats?
Because they wish to vex you. Do you find yourself terribly vexed?
I am fairly vexed because
There
with the
you go.
variant human thing, you get an additional skill, right? But then you have to know which skill you're going to pick because you don't know what background skills you're going to get or what skills are from your class. So you need to know that stuff ahead of time.
And that's how you get baited.
I don't think that's at all how you get baited.
They
but
chum the waters, right? And then you're like, oh, look at that, a hot dog. Except it's a bait hot dog, and you weren't expecting that.
I mean,
You spend the rest of your life questioning
I
whether you
have
really
caught
like hot
fish
dogs or not.
with hot dogs before, and Cheetos.
Yep.
Mhm.
Hot
And
dogs will
other
work
fish.
for crabs as well. Go crabbing with hot dogs. Chicken works best though. They like chicken.
My favorite.
Fuck you, that's
kind.
my chicken.
Well, not if it's all shitty and rotten. Then you use it to catch crabs, and then you got crab instead of shitty rotten chicken.
We were fishing one time, and we were having a hard time catching fishies, and then with our last piece of bait, we caught a sunfish. So we cut up the sunfish and used it as bait.
Turning it around.
And then we caught more fish. I think I used a Pringle for bait one time too.
Oh, roll 20's being derpy.
yeah, it's been a pain in the ass for like the last 2 weeks.
Obvious
I mean,
door is
afterwards.
obvious.
Mm-hmm.
There
Does it
appears
look
to be a few passages.
Looks very similar to the one you just went through.
Okay. I'm gonna.
Minus
Kinda like
the keyholes.
Oh, so handles, no keyholes.
Handles, no keyholes.
Can I test the door and see if it would open just from pushing, pulling, whatever? Try
What
and
do you-
open it.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna try and open it.
Exactly how are you opening it? Are you pushing? Are you pulling? It has a handle.
I'm gonna try pulling on it first.
Okay. Make an athletics check.
Okay.
You pull on the door, nothing happens.
Should I try and break this one down too, guys? I'm already cursed. What's the worst that can happen?
Well, I mean, call me crazy, but there may be more things around here that heard you bash that door down a hallway and could be advancing upon us right now. And, we should scout around first?
Okay.
That would be
Yes.
great. If they're giant bug people and I can communicate with them.
We have different definitions of great.
Because then we'd have friends.
Definitely. different definitions of great.
What if we ran into a half spider, half man? Would you not want to be friends with him?
No,
Or would you...
absolutely not.
Oh,
So
what's
you're just
that?
gonna kill an innocent half man?
I didn't say anything about killing it. I just don't want to be friends with it.
Why not?
It's disturbing, nightmare-inducing.
What is that?
It's a surging wall of white-hot fire. You can easily detect its heat as you approach it. Garrett, you know if you get any closer, you're probably gonna take damage. It is
By
that
surging,
hot.
you just mean it's like moving, not that it's gonna like suddenly like
It,
form a pillar of flame out of the wall.
it might. I mean,
I'm gonna
It
stand
it's-
over to the side.
it's fucking roaring. So, it could, I suppose.
Since you seem to be an expert, do half spider, half humans like portals into the sun?
It could be a depository.
For
Trash.
oh, so like Minecraft?
Obvious door is obvious and identical to the one on the eastern side.
Oh, can I try opening this one too?
If you'd like to.
We've
I'll do
done
it.
the circuit.
What are you doing? Pushing? Pulling?
Pulling.
Alright. Nothing happens.
I'm gonna push on this one.
Okay.
Eh?
Nothing happens.
Hmm. Guys got any ideas before I decide to knock this door down too?
Shaving a haircut.
Okay, I knock. Anything?
Nathan.
I stand back a little bit and I go, "Open sesame."
Nothing happens.
That will work sometime.
Just not this time.
So that was a pretty solid smash into it there. Maybe we do it in tandem?
What, bash it?
Bash it.
Like a bicycle?
Bicycle. Bicycle.
Sure. I'm ready.
Alright.
Bash
You
him
want us to-
whenever you're ready.
Do you want us to assist? One person does it, or both of us do it?
You guys both can roll it.
Okay.
Okay.
And are you pushing or pulling?
Pushing.
Pushing.
I'm gonna punch it like I did with the last one.
Alright.
I'm gonna Hulk smash. Okay. Here we go.
That is sufficient to push the door open, which I will do when I get back, which I just have to AFK for a minute real quick, guys. So, actually, Joey, would you be so kind as to,
Yes?
show off, some of the artwork from this past week, from the Ron streams?
Oh, yeah, sure. Sure.
Oh.
I can
That
do
would be very, very cool of you. Thank you very much, sir.
You want me to just, link them in the chat?
Yeah, that'll be good. And you can
Alright.
kind of give a description of each one. I will be right back, guys, just a few minutes tops.
Me too.
We'll
Be right back.
start with my favorite piece. For those of you who played the We Hate Everyone campaign, and you remember Barbara Boyle, a lovable misfit, friend to all. This is what Barbara Boyle looked like. Probably one of my favorite characters. I know it's not a Divinity Flame piece, but it's one of my favorites. I like it. But maybe you want to see.
Oh my.
Yeah, that's. Do you remember Barbara Boyle now? Just looking at the picture
Why?
of the tie and the hats. The
So
act.
many hats.
Yep. She every time she got more triggered, she would put on an additional hat. She was a rampaging ham beast of a full-bodied woman, and she was fantastic, and everyone hated her, much like a lot of my other characters, it seems. Oh, let's see. We'll show.
Didn't she die?
Yeah, she died. She got shot in the head. Well, that's actually the moment that she was charging towards the dude that shot her in the head. So, ooh, here's one from the Heroes of Endor mythos. We have Arragus teaching Thoglor's character and Thoglor's character Bing and John Haas's character Smork the intricacies of turning a cave into a meat smoking den. They wanted to smoke some elk meat. Arragus had a plan, and he was trying to explain it to the others. They were very confused, and Arragus has no face. Ooh, last one, let's see. Barbara Boyle.
How does he have no face?
It's just a thing. Seeing his character portrait, he, let's see, I'll link that real quick. Character portrait, Andrew requested that he was drawn with no face. And now that's just kind of like a running gag that we sort of do. Here we go. Like here's his other character portrait. See, he doesn't have a face there, and so any rendition of him is just going to have no face. Kind of obscured by shadow. Doesn't literally have no face. It's just obscured by the shadow. And
Is it a magical hood?
yeah, it is. I think it's a cloak of elven kind, I think. It's magic. It's a magical cloak of no face.
I like that.
What about some magic weapons? Let's check out some of those. Let's see. I have to go back to that. This is the dreaded or tasty, however you want to look at it, the Taco Bell. Stat block to be determined. That is the Taco Bell. There's also one of my favorites, the Deck of Many Rons, which has an assortment of different cards that all resemble a different Ron. There's, well, let's see, I have the list. I have the list. Binder.
This reminds me of when in cartoons, like, people's aunts would come back from vacations with a slideshow of pictures and make everyone watch.
The different Rons. There's Ron Swanson, Ronald Reagan, Ron Weasley, Ron Jeremy, Ron Maxwell, the illustrator, of course, Ronald McDonald, Ron Perlman, L. Ron Hubbard, Ron Jaworski, Ronnie James Dio, Ron White, Ron Paul, Ronda Rousey, A.A. Ron, and John R.R. Tolkien, contained within a deck of many Rons.
That is a lot of
A.A.
Rons.
Ron.
Yeah, A.A. Ron was one of my favorites, but I think that's all the Rons that exist in, like, the world. Oh, what about you codename Kids Next Door plans?
Every
fans.
single Ron
Yes,
ever.
every Ron that exists.
Dog's back. Sorry about that, guys.
And
Hello.
codename Kids Next Door fans, check out the Battle Ready Armor, the bra. And then I'll let Thoglo take it from there.
And
I
what's up,
remember
Samza?
that show.
Love that.
Now I just gotta wait for the link to open because it's being derpy for some reason. Oh, there we go.
That show is ridiculous.
I love the acronyms in that show.
I like the bloody
Me
handprints.
too.
Is everybody back? We're all good? Okay.
Do you remember the episode where they were trying to find the secret 4th flavor of ice cream?
No, I don't think I do.
And then
Yeah.
I forget what the name of the kids that were like their enemies were. Decided to put sprinkles on it, and it like made everything like get
No.
destroyed.
Ammo, they call them Jimmies.
Whatever. I forget the name of those.
They're villainous adult-like kids that call them Jimmies instead of sprinkles.
I forget what their names were.
Yeah, what were their
What they
names?
were called. It's been so long, I don't remember.
Come on, Trip. What's the name?
I'll look it up.
Yeah.
But while you're doing
I
so,
don't- his
doors
father.
open inward. You see 3 large tables on your left with a red, a green, and a blue basin. On the floor in front of you is a badly damaged piece of parchment sitting before a large brass statue. A female body with a cobra's head.
That's it, Trip. The delightful children.
Open session.
What is this? I will start going inside. Oh. So you said it's a woman's body, cobra head?
Correct.
It's nasty.
I looked at Garrett and Serafina. Should we be just walking willy-nilly around in here?
But, well, that's why I stopped right here. Just inside the
It's also
doorway.
why I stopped you.
Maybe we should get Nyloth to check for things.
Now, Serafina, Ammo, you're going to have to help me out with the description on this, because I know there's a word for it, and for the life of me, I couldn't think of what it is. You know when a liquid has, like, very, very fine stuff suspended in it, and it kind of makes it look like metallic?
Pearlescent?
Yes, that is exactly the
Opalescent?
word I was looking for. In the red bowl is a pearlescent red liquid.
Okay.
Yo, I bet that's blood, but like metallic and shit.
I'm gonna look at the green one.
Same, only this one is green. But same
And
pearlescent
I'm
type.
gonna guess that the blue one is the same.
That would
blue.
be correct.
And what is this?
It is a badly damaged piece of parchment. Appears to be the end of a scroll.
Is it just like on the floor? Is it on a
It
table?
is just on the floor.
Hmm.
Can we tell what language it's written in?
What languages do you know?
Common and Elvish.
It is neither of those.
Can
I know some swear
read it?
words in Draconic.
I also know Primordial, Goblin, and Abyssal.
It is none of those.
Far
Does anyone
common
know
and
Draconic?
druidic.
It is neither of those.
Common, Gnomish, and Dwarvish.
Nope.
What
Let me
languages does
see
Evelyn
if
know?
it shares an
Common
alphabet.
and Celestial.
Who knows
No
Celestial?
one?
Evelyn.
Oh, well, Evelyn knows what it says.
Oh. Hey, Evelyn. Get over here.
I have to put down my book. Hold on. I'm really drunk. It was a holiday yesterday.
So,
Canada Day.
I need her to make an investigation check, please. Actually, roll it again, because I'll give you advantage on the check, because you're kind of taking your time doing it.
Okay. 13.
Alright. I will whisper to you over VC. Most of what has been written is badly damaged, and you can't make most of it out. But the last phrase is as thus. Muted.
I will unmute and then relay that to the party. It says here, 3 is too many, 1 is too few, a slight shade of aubergine will see you through, or something. A?
We gotta mix the red one and the blue one. Aubergine is purple.
It's also an eggplant.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I.
Because 3 is too many, 1 is too few. 2, red and blue, is just right.
And then what?
Eh?
Do we pour one into the other? Do we pour them into a third? Do we just dump them on the statue? Do we paint ourselves with them?
So read it one more time, Ewok.
3 is too many, 1 is too few, a slight shade of eggplant will see you through.
Okay. Does anyone have like a flask or a cup, something, a container?
Dander Fluff will pull out 2 tiny cups attached to a rectangular object. I've had this since we found the eggs.
Okay. Does anyone have something I can like scoop up some of the liquid with? Preferably 2 if you can.
If it's going to be mixed, does it matter?
Well, I didn't want to like contaminate one with some of the other. Like if I scoop some out of the red, dump it in, and then put the red one in the blue one, it's gonna contaminate. I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter.
I bet this lets you walk.
Unless
through
you
the
also
fire.
care about cross-contamination.
Sorry
No.
for Dr. Exhaustinator outside. It's gonna be one of those weekends.
So,
Yeah.
anyone have something to
What-
scoop? That liquid?
I mean, I just said I did, but
I thought you just had. Well, I meant like, because you have what? It was 2 cups attached to a rectangular thing.
yeah,
How
2
am I gonna?
tiny cups.
How am I gonna scoop with that?
Put the cup.
One side on the cup, and then flip it to the other side and scoop it.
Whatever's in the second one will fall out when I use the first. Yeah. So I'm assuming it's like flat rectangular thing with 2 cups. So if I go like this to scoop, it's gonna dump out the other one.
You could always cover it with something.
I give you an empty
Yes.
water skin.
Garrett, make a
Okay.
history check.
Oh no.
I
Wanna.
mean, I would use my hands if I knew it was safe, but I don't, so I'm not going to.
Okay.
You are sure of nothing.
I am positive that aubergine means eggplant, and I'm just
Yes.
looking around the room for eggplants.
There is some great historical relevance to eggplants apparently in your brain, and now
Yep.
you're kind of just lost in thought. Like, what god? What god would dare?
Evelyn, small. We could have Garrett dip her in the red and then the other color, whatever you said, and then see what happens.
I don't think we should touch it, just in case.
It's okay. She's kind of comatose.
We've touched everything in the abyss from the moment we got in here. Why stop now?
Do you want to
Yeah, but-
volunteer?
Do the cups work to gather both sides up easily enough without cross-contaminating? I'm having trouble picturing it.
I mean, if you filled them up, but if you're just kind of like putting a little
know
bit
how
in
we
each one, should be fine.
Mix them though.
Oh, okay. Pour it into the water skin.
Oh, that's true. Okay.
Serafina, you can make a religion roll.
Ooh, biscuits. Okay.
Go on, get ya. You get the impression that you might be overthinking this. It could very well be as simple as I take my left hand and dip it in the red stuff. I take my other hand and dip it in the blue stuff. And then I smear my hands together and just kind of anoint with oils. That seems to be the general premise at play here.
Yeah, it's magical finger painting. Let's do it.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Oh,
did this back in 3.5, remember?
I remember. Okay, I'm gonna, like, stick out my little pinky and just dip it. Excuse me. Got a tickle. I'm gonna take my pinky and just dip the very end of it into the blue one and see what happens.
It feels cool, but not painfully so. It's like, if you dipped your finger in some ice water.
Then I will submerge my hand up to the wrist.
Okay? Like I said, it's cold, but it's not, like, causing damage cold.
Okay, I lift my hand out.
No, like,
I
if you left your
quickly-
hand in there for, like, a significant period of time, eventually it would go numb, but...
Okay. I take my hand out, holding it like this. I go over to the red one and dunk my hand in that one.
Okay. Feels warm to the touch.
Oh.
But not uncomfortably. It's like dipping your hand in a warm bath.
And then
A purple steam rises off your hands as you rub the two together, and you are left with purple hands. But
okay,
no pain.
guys, what should I do now? Should I put it on the
Walk
statue?
through the
Should I
fire.
put it on us?
Walk through the fire.
That is likely the case.
I take some with my thumb and Simba onto everyone's forehead.
Okay. I mean, assuming nobody resists.
Nope.
Sim.
I trust she's got the right of it here.
I actually say that as I do it, and everyone's like, "What the fuck's a Simba?" And I'm like, "I don't know." Sounded
No,
good.
I know what a Simba is. I'm the one that keeps talking about the antelopes feed the grass and shit. That's important.
Yeah,
What?
that.
You know what? No, it's fine. I know what. I don't know.
Are there antelope in the Underdark?
There's Roth.
Maybe some sort of weird antelope.
Roth would be the closest thing to antelope, and that's a very far comparison. Roth are more akin to oxen.
There's antelopes in the Underdark.
Sometimes antelope.
Ooh.
What about a jackalope?
That's preposterous.
I was reading last night about the disease that caused people to believe that jackalopes were a thing, and it's fucking gross.
Dave Coulier taught me that jackalopes are a real thing.
Okay.
David
Wait,
would
the
not
thing-
lie to me, okay?
The thing you see when you're drunk? The little rabbit with horns?
King Dave of House Coulier.
Yes. Of House Coulier.
They're the coolierest.
Nice.
So yeah, open session. You guys have all been marked.
With us, rejoinder, I think that's the right word, to the
It has a-
fire.
Also, it has a pleasant smell. Flowery.
Like lilacs, because they're
Yeah.
purple.
Or
I
lavender.
like it.
Make
I
na-
had-
I like
you
lavender.
can make a nature roll if you want to try and figure out exactly what flower it smells like.
Scardanias.
It is iris.
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 That's not a, that's a thing in your eye. It's not a flower.
Barry hasn't been here.
Oh, son of a tit.
Son of a tit.
Don't worry about it. Does the firewall still feel hot?
You feel warm, but not hot. It is
Take-
not uncomfortable.
I stride 10 feet forward. No, get out of here, text box. What are you doing? Does the heat increase?
Does not.
Does the heat increase?
Does not.
I'm waiting for the rest of the party to catch up at this point. Missing a crotchety old man.
I'm gonna, with Evelyn's gonna prestidigitation the stuff off of our foreheads.
Starting with...
Herself.
Okay.
No, no, Evelyn, no.
Okay, she just did it to herself.
What?
What are you guys doing?
I'm way up here and she's way back there. Do I notice?
You would have heard Seraphina going, no, Evelyn, no.
Oh, okay.
Literally right behind you, yelling this. I
And
think you would
I'm-
notice.
Pretty close to Evelyn, so I probably would have heard her start speaking the incantation or whatever to do prestidigitation, which I would recognize at this point. But no!
Most likely. You've heard it
What
cast
are you
by several
doing?
different casters, and you know the general cadence of the words and how they sound.
What are you doing?
It'll be fine.
I want to ask if the heat increases for her, but I'm not in control of her, and that's killing me. Why did you remove the mark?
Fine, just put it back on.
Do you know something that we don't?
No, just everyone else has one. I wanted to see what would happen if one of us did it.
The, all right then.
Okay. Oh, wait, hang on. I have to
You know
put
what?
this back. Okay. Mm.
She's gonna give you Clementine to do it to her too.
That's smart.
Oh, okay. Good idea.
All right. Seeing that Evelyn has been remarked and that Clementine is also marked, boom, boom, right through the wall of fire.
And
This
you
is-
find yourself hurtling through time and space.
Mm-hmm. I would have also accepted, and this is where your story ends.
No, I have way more things to fucks with you.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody else following suit?
Yeah.
You see Garrett pass into the flames and disappear. Seraphina
Unmolested
passes
by
into the
burning.
flames and disappears. Hurtling through space and time.
Is it like when you apparate?
Hmm?
So when you apparate,
It's when you get sucked into a universe's butthole.
That
Or
doesn't
down a
sound
toilet
like very
with a
much
spell.
fun. I don't watch Doctor Who. I'm not a nerd, okay?
we're talking about Harry Potter, you tit.
Chadzar is talking about Doctor
Whatever,
Who.
they're both British.
Learn to read, Buckle. God.
I don't read your goddamn chat unless, like, there's nothing dealing with me going on.
Also, no spoilers for Doctor Who because I was waiting for all of the episodes to come out so I could watch it. So shh.
Mods, you have permission to get rid of spoilers.
Doctor Who dies. The end.
Doctor Who.
So, nobody's staying behind, correct? Everybody's walking into the flames?
Danderfluff is going to walk through covering her biddies.
Okay. Evelyn as well?
Not covering her biddies.
Nyloth walking through?
Yep.
Okay. I need you all to make Constitution saving throws as I move you to the next map.
Is this for horking?
I tell you nothing.
Just, it's not like I can make my roll less or more if I know what it's for.
First one is Danderfluff. Second one's Evelyn.
Give me 1 second here. Alright. In a bright flash of light, you find yourselves elsewhere. This, of course, after the terribly jarring feeling of being hurtled through the plains. Which in this instance feels a lot like being turned down inside out, turned into a bucket of water, and then turned right back correctly again. Danderfluff, it's too much for you, and you hork. All over the floor.
Which one? Well, the first
Yeah.
one's mine. The 13's mine. I still throw up?
Oh, no, then Evelyn
Yep.
does.
Can you prestidigitation that away? That's gross.
And give me
She
one
does.
moment to get this squared up on the screen.
What is that?
It's an old dude who's gonna get a hammer to the face.
You find yourselves laying on very dingy, dirty floorboards in what appears to be a very sparsely filled storage room. A squat, toad-like humanoid shuffles forward. Ah! Garrett Reeves, I assume.
We gotta
And you
meet
are-
anyone who doesn't know who you are.
Right?
Can call me Grack.
Rack.
I've been expecting you.
Who sent word of our coming?
The monks.
How were they able to... Go ahead, Trip.
This was the fast way here.
How were they able to send word when we took the shortcut?
A little birdie told me. You can roll either Insight or Arcana.
Archdruid, or Archwizard, rather. Perhaps.
Literally a little bird.
He appears to be telling the truth to you, Garrett.
A little... Nah, that's definitely the Arc Wizard.
He's my favorite. He's my buddy.
Yeah, he's something alright.
Yeah, he's my favorite.
Anyways, you lot look like hell. You'll probably want to rest for a while, yeah?
I think that we're sufficiently recovered.
Hmm,
Have we made it through to Vinland?
that you have.
And where exactly within Vinland are we?
Welcome to Port Noctum. Noctem.
Mm-hmm.
Is it always nighttime here?
No, but it might as well be.
Explain.
They keep the sun hidden behind a thick veil of clouds.
Oh, that's good. And I take my goggles off, like put them around my neck.
Yeah, and it's comfortable for you to do so. It's not bright in here by any stretch of the word.
How do you spell the name of the place?
Noctum.
Tem.
That's not how you spell Noctum.
It's how I spell this place that I invented.
But
I support your naming scheme, Thog.
Thank you, Joey.
Joe, you're a suck up.
What? Yeah.
It's just like quiet. What? You said his name was Grack?
Grak. Grak.
Is
That
he
one spelled
literally
like buckle?
toad-like?
Looks like a toad-like humanoid.
Okay, I didn't know if he just meant like he was like an ugly human, or if he was actually like.
He looks like an
Toad-like.
anthropomorphic toad.
I like that.
Oh, is he was it Bullywog? That's their name?
You can make a nature roll.
That's a medicine, you stupid character sheet.
Could be, though doesn't look like any bullywugs you're familiar with.
Okay.
He has much darker skin, which is like very warty, much bigger eyes, generally a little bit bigger. So might be kind of like a distant relative to a bullywug you've just never encountered before.
Alright. At least, I don't even know the exact race, but at least sets out what it looks like. Okay. Quick rejoinder with the group, minus Grack, out of character. What are we doing in Vinland?
This is you guys speaking out of character. He's asking you
character.
guys, not me.
Correct. I'm flipping
Yeah,
back
it's
through my
been
notes.
so long for a shortcut. Something about going around Jaga's army. I don't really give a shit.
Okay.
Oh wait, out of character. God damn.
Yes. Why? Why did we come here? Oh, no, we had the last piece of the Valentine. We gave it to what's his face.
Archmage said so. I remember that.
Yes. Part of it was to potentially cure Serafina. Yeah.
Maybe. You tell me.
Hey, come on, give me a hand here, narrator. I apparently never wrote down why we came.
Well, it's
And actually, it
primarily to just gather information. You guys are essentially spies.
And it was only sort of the arch wizard who told us, because it was actually the bird talking to us.
Right, and then we gave it to it and swallowed it. And
And there was a time skip.
The general overall story arc is that the reason why you guys are here is that to gather information, figure out what you don't know. So this is kind of a sandboxy part of the adventure where you kind of determine what and how you want to fulfill that role, if at all. Additionally, you guys might have more personal reasons for being here or story arcs, things like that. Evelyn, for example, she knows that her aunt is here in Vinland somewhere.
yeah.
So that would be probably her primary focus. And for those of you wondering, Scruffles is absent again tonight, but she will be here next week. I am assured of this. She has assured me, Thoglor is assured of this.
Okay then. If no one else has any other information, because I didn't write down Scruffles' aunt thing because I don't care.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Hopefully
Nice.
we can find something to maybe fix me while we're here. But
Yeah, your
if
face
not,
is pretty awful.
I meant
I
the
don't-
vampire thing, but okay, that too.
Oh, I know how to fix that. I gesture my staff to your heart, like the pointy end.
Not
I
that
meant
kind of.
reverse it, not.
Yeah.
You're gonna get yourself into a lot of trouble, Dark Elf. Go around talking like that. In case it wasn't made abundantly clear to you before, this entire city is populated by the undead, particularly vampires.
All fit in perfect.
That's the idea. I see
It's
y'all got your
called-
disguises right.
An inside joke. I will explain this very slowly to you now, as you are part animal and stupid.
I
It is
need
when two
you
people.
to make a Constitution save. Okay. Additionally, you know that he just cast a spell on you. But it
He's
was
hostile,
nothing.
kill him. He cast a spell on me.
He was basically trying to
was it?
silence you.
How rude.
He's
Also,
hostile, he cast a spell on me, kill him.
this is completely unrelated, but I just noticed above Ewok's head on his camera is a face, and it creeped me out for a second.
That's Jin Urso. Respect. Sorry, you walk ahead.
I just happened to notice it, and I was like, oh god, that's a little creepy.
You were the one getting hostile with me. I don't have to take your shit. Going out on a limb by helping yous.
All right, peace. We've had a long trip through the abyss. We're a little on edge. Where within the port are we?
This is Scumtown. It's the slums. This is where the slaves live.
Will it
Ish.
be
Holds
Go
up
ahead.
his hand, showing that he is missing his left pinky.
Okay. Again, out of character, true to the group. How many of us have chopped off our right pinkies?
I have not.
Raise hand.
You won't have to because you're a vampire.
That is correct.
Evelyn has, I thought.
Yeah, we fed it to, that thing in the ground. Remember?
Yep. What about Danderfluff?
I am a kobold right now.
Okay. Right. All right. Will it be obvious or suspicious for us to be seen in Scumtown?
He kind of like looks you over. Not particularly. Maybe you're buying slaves. The auction
That's
house
not a
runs
bad-
24 hours.
Well, if anyone asks us, that's what we'll say.
How much gold do we have?
We're here to fight the slavers.
Yeah, we can make an
perhaps
army of them.
of slaves.
Yeah, fighting for their freedom.
Do we have any leashes?
Is there a carnival with a gimp nearby?
You don't have nice boobs and 3 dragons, so I don't think you can just make the slave army do what you want.
No, you buy them first,
Hmm.
and then you make them do what they want.
Also, Seraphina, the scent of blood here is very, very strong, but it smells like old, gross, dead blood.
Ew. Stinks here.
The rest of you would just notice kind of like a general smell of filth and rot. It smells like a dump.
I like it.
Yuck.
So anyways, welcome to Scumtown.
Thanks, I guess.
It's not a clever name. You'll see what I mean. Come on up. And he
Lead the
goes
way.
climbing up the ladder.
I'll follow.
All right. Anybody not following? Okay, I will take that as a no. Oh, that's probably really confusing for you. Here we go. Alright, so you find yourselves in another small, dingy room. Very ramshackle walls. You know, it looks like just kind of mishmash planks of wood and bits of furniture have been used and cannibalized to make the various walls of this shanty, basically. Bunch of small, well, good size but empty sacks are just kind of laid at the end of the room. Just kind of in a neat pile. Come on, there's someone I want you to meet.
All right then, show us the way.
He's
Also,
around. He's around the corner there.
Oh, okay. Oh, there he is. Oh, what is?
Is that? Who's that?
And Joey, if you would like to give a description of your new character to the players.
Sure, I would love to. See around the corner, a large black dragonborn, 6'8" approximately, black scales, full plate armor with a great axe, and a bag tied at his waist. Looks to be dressed pretty fancily. Looks like he's got sort of like a preacher's robe on. Do I see them walk in?
Over or under the full plate armor?
Over.
So
I'm
you
gonna
have
be-
cassock. Okay.
Sorry, I'll be dragging tokens out that you may want to use. I'm just looking for kind of the closest I can get. So I'll try and put him on the rug. There's one. He's got an axe.
You'd probably recognize this immediately.
There's various variations of each of these too, if the coloring's not quite
Got
right.
the symbol of Lathander on his chest. You might not know it out of character, but in character, you might know it. I would assume. If not, then fuck me for revealing information.
That would be a religion roll on their parts to recognize the holy symbol.
Yeah, I just figured that out of anyone, Garrett Reeves would.
Not necessarily.
Haven't we already encountered Lathander or something regarding him in this campaign?
I don't believe so. Not that I recall.
And Ammo's camera froze for me.
In the best expression ever. Oh no! Go back and fix it.
Hi.
Hi.
Alright, so do any of those look good to you, Joey?
Oh, let me take a look. I cannot see any of them.
You're
Oh.
on the bearskin rug.
Yeah, but he doesn't have
that's
a
right.
he doesn't have a token at the moment. So here, let me fix that. I will just pull out a generic token for the time being.
No worries. Generic token for now. Can even use Mickey's old token for old time's sake. I would stand up as they enter.
Can you see now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I gave one of the tokens vision, the one like off to the side. But the 3 that I found that had axes are kind of lined up in the middle on the bearskin rugs.
The center one.
Center
Yeah.
one? Okay.
Yeah, the
And
gold armor.
is the yellow armor a bit too loud? Because I think there's a few color variations on that one.
That is bueno.
That's awesome, because I like brightly colored tokens. They're very easy to find.
He's
Alright,
got
so
red
you will be
eyes,
getting
black
vision back
scales.
momentarily.
All right.
What's your new character's name?
Robiathan.
It's a great name.
I'll change my actual full point name.
Alright, so I need to set this to HP. And do you have any type of special vision?
Dark vision.
60?
Yep, 60 feet.
Okay, you should be all set. Just make sure you can move your token.
I sure
Beautiful. And we are good to go.
can. All right, I stand up. Say, it is my pleasure to meet you. My name is Robiathan. I've been trapped here by the Lord's unduly unholy blessings. It is a pleasure to meet you.
Thinking you guys could use a little extra muscle.
I would be just honored to offer my services unto your group, as the lords have commanded.
Which lords are those?
I follow the deities of the lawful good variety, but I myself am a constituent of Lathander.
You guys can make religion rolls if you want information on Lathander. Or Lathander, however you choose to
Lathander? I don't know if
pronounce
it's
it.
Lathander or Lathander.
That's Evelyn's role.
I know about that. I know I should have prepared this spell. Sorry for the crinkling. I am going, instead of doing the religion roll, use divine sense.
Yeah, okay. While they're doing that, I would.
That just tells you if he's like fiend, undead, something like that, right?
Mm-hmm. Fiend, undead, or celestial.
What radius is on that?
60 feet.
At the very, very edge of your sense, 60 feet to the east, you sense a fiendish presence.
Do I also detect a celestial presence within 10 feet of me?
Within 10 feet?
Yeah. I'm using vague meta information from the crossover episode.
Ah, no, you do not.
Okay.
I'm not sure if any of you are familiar with Lathander or not, but I trained as a paladin for many years, and I would hope to offer my services unto whatever your crusade may contain.
You didn't answer how you were trapped here, or why.
Well, it's all a bit of a foggy mystery to me. I've been consumed by this terrible place for many years. I don't quite remember how I got here, but I've been trying to escape for a long time. I can tell by your silence that we are on the same page.
We're gonna turn around to Danderfluff. Do we trust him?
We could use the help,
I'll plug my ears too.
but one paladin's good enough for me.
I'm not making. Sorry, I'm not making any means to make this quiet or hide it. I'm speaking directly.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
We can just like, a test run.
All right.
I'm gonna look over like look beyond Garrett, like to the side. It's no offense to you. It's just the last person that we had. We recently lost him, but he was a bit of a nuisance and a troublemaker.
I am sorry for your loss. Even though he may not have been a disciple of all that is good, it is still never a good thing to lose a friend.
I mean, I really
Define
wouldn't
good.
consider him a friend.
Well, then fuck him.
Also, as you guys are talking, Grak's kind of going about his daily work, it seems. Like, you see him go over to, like, behind the counter and some papers shuffling around. He takes a big binder and kind of puts it up on the counter, reaches down behind the counter, grabs, like, a small tin can, walks over to this puddle in the corner, this green puddle in the corner, and sprinkles what looks like a few flakes out of the can. Bubble kind of hisses and pops and walks back behind the counter.
Greg, is there anything that you need help with?
Yeah, do me a favor, lock that door.
Look at Garrett.
I'll
Is
walk
he
over
making meth?
I'm not sure what meth is, but whatever it is, it stinks. I bet he calls those two.
I'll go over lock the door, as requested by Greg, who I assume has looked after me for a while.
Yeah, you guys
it
would
that door?
be acquainted with one another. That is correct. It is the only
Okay.
door you see. And for means of locking it, it's not even really so much as a lock, it's just like a leather strap that you kind of pull across and tie around a nail.
I have locked the door as was requested.
Alright. Gather up. And he kind of starts pulling open this binder and going through, pulling out various documents and things like that. Have yourselves a seat. Motions to the bearskin rugs.
I'll pull out a chair for Seraphina and for Evelyn.
Okay, yeah, they're kind of like rickety chairs laying around, if you would prefer to sit in a chair and not on the rug.
Sit in the chair before Evelyn.
As soon as I see that, I'm just gonna tell Garrett that's one strike.
I'll give you a nod.
What's up, Montrevant?
Rather than sit down, I'm gonna kind of just lean against what I assume is a counter or table.
That's fine. He's just kind of asking everybody to gather around so you can all hear and see the things that he's going to show. Information that he's going to relate.
Very rigidly at attention.
Ah, you're still new, Paladin. I understand.
I don't.
Helmet off on the counter, just leaning like this. Or no,
I'm
more
just
like
very,
this.
very rigid, yeah.
I was like that before Thog fucked with me for 51 episodes.
Well,
Oh,
hopefully the
stop
Lord.
it. You stop that.
This Thog Lord, as you refer to him. We'll have to see what he has in store for myself.
Alright, so you all gather around?
Yep.
Alright.
I'm going to sit on the bearskin rug.
Now,
It looks cozy.
I pushed in the chair that I pulled out.
if you brave adventurers are going to be going around Port Noctum, there's some things that you need to know. Because not knowing will undoubtedly get you killed. I don't think I need to explain this in any more great detail, but you are well behind enemy lines. This is extremely hostile territory, and life here is very cheap. So, don't pick a fight unless you're sure you can finish it, and without breaking your cover. We're gonna have to do something to dull your shine before you go back out. He points to you,
My
Rebiathan.
armor is quite resplendent.
Yeah, you stick out like a sore thumb.
Well, let's maybe we can muddy it up a little bit.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to, but we'll get to that later. And a lot of the information that he's gonna pass on, like, you would kind of passively know, having been in this area for a little while, Joey. But go ahead and take notes.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
You guys are definitely going to want to take notes. So I will give you a brief moment to ready yourselves, grab your notebooks, or open Google Docs, however it is you prefer to keep track of things.
Nope.
All right, y'all ready? He kind of like looks over the party, make sure everybody's paying attention.
Yes, sir.
You are in Port Noctum, ruled by Prince Regent Oximus and his noble house, Noctamania. Spelled like Charlemagne, but with Nocta instead of Charles. So, Noctemagne.
Would you mind, please, Grack, just reciting that hymn for me one more time, please?
What part did you need repeated?
Just that
The spelling?
yeah, the whole bit.
Okay, Prince Regent Oximus, which is Oxymuss.
Okay.
He's like the head honcho, right? The king, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And his noble house, his family name, is Noctamania.
Gotcha.
Noctemeagne. Thank you very much, Pike, for that follow. Welcome to the stream, dude. Additionally, these are things that every citizen knows. His noble house, his family. So, basically, his second in command is his wife, Platra, Platra. I'm gonna be ruining your lives with name spellings, by the way, so keep that in mind.
Platra.
Also, forgive me, I'm gonna forego the Grack voice. It's kind of bugging me a little bit. I feel like I'm gonna lose my voice any second, so... Next in line would be his twin sons, Decemix and Gravis, spelled Decemyx.
Okay.
And Gravis is spelled Gravuss. The family tree continues. Eldest daughter, Mournava, Mournava. Next, middle daughter, Slytheria the Silent. That is Slytheria.
The silent?
The Silent. And finally, youngest daughter, Placemia. That is Placymia.
Okay, I think I got them all.
If any of you guys need me to go over any of those spellings or anything like that, just let me know.
His wife's name is it Platra?
It's Platra. Platra.
Okay, Platra. Got everything.
The sons were Decemyx.
It's Decemyx.
Okay,
Decemix.
And the next one is Gravuss.
That is correct. And just let me know when you guys are ready to continue.
I'm ready.
All right. So he explains that the next tier of leadership falls upon the Elder Houses. The Elder Houses have formed a council, which very loosely I would compare that to like the Senate or the House of Representatives in the United States, though it's still a dictatorship. The ruling house has ultimate power. So Prince Regent Oximus and his family, they are the pinnacle of rulership. Even his youngest daughter has more say in what goes on than the other elder houses. Like, you know, even though these are vampires that may have been alive for thousands of years, still this youngest daughter of the ruling house has sway over them.
Is placenta single?
It's placemia.
And
I know.
how young?
She is 237 years old.
Okay, cool. All right.
The family, when they create a son or daughter, are they taken and created as vampires and brought into the family? Or is there some kind of undead, ugly bumping happening?
They make babies the same way you would,
Weird.
isn't it?
I don't like
One
to
of the
think
many
about it.
blessings placed upon them by the Dark Lady.
The Dark Lady being Leviatar.
That is correct.
I hate that vile wench.
Basically, it's a reward for their service to the Empire. That Leviatar grants them this boon that allows them to procreate as normal.
So, does that mean I can or not?
Additionally, when you hear the name Slytheria the Silent, your blood goes cold, Ammo. You don't know how or why you know this, but that is the woman who turned you.
Oh,
Well, the vampiress that turned you.
Out of character question.
Yes.
Didn't she say something, Emma, when she turned her?
yes. Hang on, I'll tell you in a second.
I know, it was something my father is going to enjoy. I don't know, humping you or something like that.
What? I guarantee you it wasn't
I know.
that.
I know it wasn't that. I'm just bringing into question the
What?
silent. It's the silent. I have concerns about if bitch be talking. Unless that was in her mind. Was it in her mind?
We'll get to why she's called the Silent. I do have an explanation for that.
Okay, carry on then.
I thought I wrote it down. Hang
I
on.
believe it was my father will enjoy meeting you.
Something to that effect, I think. But I thought for
Enjoy
sure I
hunting.
wrote this down. Hmm. Did I not write it down? I'm a bad note keeper.
Yeah, just say that to some random person on the street, Buckle. My father is going to enjoy humping you. What?
I call it.
Why was that a character?
And that's the story of how Buckle went blind, because a woman emptied an entire can of mace into his skull. Not just eyes, getting ears, nose, and throat, too.
I guess I didn't write it down. Okay.
I'm like 99% certain it's my father will enjoy meeting you.
So that would be Oximus.
Correct. Who was present at the Dire Swallow, correct?
Correct. Alright, who wants to earn some Bonus experience.
I would be blessed if
Yo.
the Lord would please beseech me with some
I'll do
bonus
it.
experience.
I've been level 5 for like 9 years.
I've been level 5
I'm
since
so
my character
close
was
to
created.
level 6.
All right. Since you guys all want to volunteer and there's 5 of you, I'll give each of you a chance to pronounce a name. Starting with you, Ammo.
Yay!
I will type it out in Roll20.
Okay.
So these are the other family names of the Elder Houses. So it would be House. And this one's for you, Ammo. Ready?
Okay. Hang on, I'm just writing down.
There are 5.
Making a list. Okay. Got it. I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with Clybestia.
That is correct. And these are in no
Yay.
particular ranking. Each elder house has about as much political power as the others. Varies a little bit here and there. Trip, you would kind of sense a familiarity with that, the same kind of way like the noble houses of Dro work.
Okay.
Like when on pen and paper they might have equal power, but one might be stronger than the other in terms of military might or economic wealth, things like that. You know, they're constantly vying against one another, just natural competition. All right. Next one's for you, Buckle.
Gravicine?
Gravicine is correct. Ready, young Joseph?
Yeah.
This one's for you. This is a tough one.
All right.
It's gonna be like just the letter O.
There are some O's. Yes.
Oh, that one's easy.
Say Horthonos?
Orthonos is correct. Nailed it.
Poor Thanos.
Whore. Whore.
Damn, we sound like a bunch of really smart motherfuckers here.
Right? All right, this one's for you, Ewok.
He says that, and then it comes to me.
Typical one.
I got candy in my mouth. Murtavali, like Murtavali.
Muertavuli.
Murtavali.
It's a long U sound, like ghoul.
You got the hardest one. So.
He did get the hardest one.
Mortavul.
Tripsy.
Trip, you get the lol easy one. You ready?
Good, I can't read because I would have pronounced all of these wrong. I would have been like Gravenstein. Kendrick.
You got it.
Yo, like Kendrick Lamar? Sweet.
No, like, there's another Kendricks that are famous or something on the Fae
One Kendrick that's
Islands.
famous.
Or something like that. Didn't I? Were we killing them?
You guys can make history rolls. Buckle, I'll give you advantage.
Hey.
Rip Mickey, that's your name?
Oh no, I changed my display name. I think I have to refresh the chat in order for it to.
Oh, yeah, probably.
The first one is Danderfluff. This one is Evelyn.
Okay.
I still got an at 20. Oh yeah.
This makes a lot of sense. Trip, I'm setting your DC higher because you're from the Underdark.
That's
So
fine.
you're working on a different scale. But everybody else recognizes the name Kendrick, if not that spelling. That is the name of a noble house from the Moonshine Isles. Like, the noble house.
I was right out of
it's-
character.
It is historically the noble house of the Moonshine Isles, basically as far back as history goes. There were some periods of time where maybe not a Kendrick was in power, but one of their kind of close relations ended up taking the reins for a while. But primarily, a Kendrick has always sat on the throne in the Moonshine Isles. Though, typically the way it is spelled is just normal Kendrick. Instead of Khendryck. So maybe there's some correlation there. You don't know. Requires further investigation. Alright, so as you guys already know, that class is determined by which finger has been amputated. However, many of the citizens are not subject to this rule, particularly vampires. So, Seraphina, even if you were to chop one of your pinkies off, it would just grow back anyway. And that's kind of the way it goes. So some vampires will be missing pinkies, some of them will not. It is a fair bet to assume that if they are not missing one of their pinkies, that they are extremely old and powerful, and essentially predate the Empire. Next, and this is where things get a little fucky, so I'm definitely gonna not be using Grak's voice for this. I'll fucking wear myself out. It's a lot of information. I know I'm throwing a ton of shit at you guys. Like, you know, he's spreading out papers, showing family trees and noble houses, and he's also showing you, like, their general style. Like, each elder house kind of has their own, what's the word I'm looking for? Aesthetic, to some degree.
One's like modern, one's like contemporary, one's...
Maybe not so much that difference, but like similar color schemes and things of that nature. Maybe subtle differences in style, but it's something you would take some practice to learn. It's not something that's blatantly obvious. You know, it's not like you're gonna see one vampire come walking down the street in full plate armor looking like a blackguard, and then the next vampire that walks down the street looks like Rick James. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that stark of a difference.
So you're saying there's no black vampires?
What I'm saying is that they don't dress like Rick James.
Okay. Fair enough. When it's showing the noble house family trees, I'm getting the impression that these are not particularly large.
They are not. In
So
fact,
it's kind of
they tend to be even smaller than the ruling house.
okay. So it's like the top of the tree is just the same person has been for 1,000 years. With
As far back as anybody who's alive can remember, at least to Grak's knowledge.
okay.
You know, in order to learn, like, the deep history, you'd have to find, like, some kind of archive or something like that, or maybe question a vampire that was alive during that time. But I mean, just from as he's describing this to you, you get the idea that it wouldn't even necessarily be that uncommon for you to run into a vampire that predates the existing, you know, Jaga's empire. Like, this civilization, this culture seems very, very rich and very, very old.
Wait, you just put out a key thing there. They were here before Jaga.
That is correct.
I'd like to stop Grak there and discuss the rise of Jaga and how he was able to overpower these very old vampiric families.
Well, you already know that he's extremely powerful. Grak doesn't even know, like, the exact whys and wherefores of how it happened, but he can explain to you the existing power structure.
Okay.
So, this is the Republic of Vinland, and it is kind of ruled with a bit of democracy smattered in with the tyranny that the ruling house is privy to. in so much as that the other elder houses could easily rebel and overthrow them if they wanted to. So there's kind of a bit of checks and balances there.
So, like you said, it's very similar to like Menzo Berenzin, right?
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
That would be probably the closest like existing comparison that one could draw. Now, picture for example that Menzo Berenzin itself was just a city-state in a much larger empire to which they owed fealty.
Okay.
So they're still under the Empire's control, but they're more or less left to govern themselves independently, free of his direct interference. Basically, by pledging themselves to him, he doesn't fuck with them, they don't fuck with him.
Can Garrett make the intuitive leap that by bringing them in as allies left to govern themselves, it prevents them from essentially backbiting him, right? Like, could they be a threat to him if he were to piss them off?
Potentially. There's kind of a lot of speculation on that, on both sides. You know, there's people that'd be like, no, Zhaga would crush them. And probably an equal number of people would be like, no, if the Elder Houses all banded together, they could destroy the Empire.
So it's more a question of, would they find common cause to unite?
Right, and that would probably be the biggest hurdle to doing something like that. Would be convincing all the Elder Houses to, you know, get rid of an alliance that they've had for thousands of years at this point.
Right. Diplomatic route will probably not work. Got it.
I mean, it might. It kind of all depends on how you play your cards, you know?
Garrett's the kind of guy who is not aware we're playing cards. So,
Or like another similar power structure, kind of more loosely, would be like in the beginning of Game of Thrones, like the relationship between King's Landing and the North. Like the North is kind of its own thing, but they swear fealty to King's Landing.
well, sure, the whole Seven Kingdoms thing. I get it.
Right. But this, as far as you know, this is the only example where a civilization, instead of being conquered by Zhaga, was instead assimilated.
Here you go. That's like Dorne, if you want to use the Game of Thrones reference.
Yeah, that would be another good reference. Would be Dorne. So Vinland is itself technically on paper autonomous of the Empire. At least as far as how they rule themselves. And based on the other things you'd know, you would you'd get some idea that it was at least somewhat a mutually beneficial alliance between the two. For example, Leviatar granted them the ability to reproduce. You know, obviously you guys have seen this in action, maybe not in this show, but certainly in other shows which follow the same storyline, that they are accomplished warriors and especially assassins. So, did you have any other questions? Anybody? Questions? I do have more information. I just want to make sure there's nothing confusing about what we've already covered.
Probably have questions along the way, but I think for now I'm good.
Okay. And again, if you guys have questions that you're thinking of, but I might answer them, just write them down and we'll get to them at the end. Next, we are going to go over the cloisters. Cloisters determines one's role in the Republic general citizenry and is secondary in importance to family name, should family name exist. The ruling and elder houses are the chief political power and are not always cloistered, nor are they forbidden from being so. And it's spelled with an I, not like Libra spelled it. Cloister.
Yeah, that's the water type Pokemon.
Alright, so, ready to write down your cloisters?
Yeah,
First
how much
one.
XP do we get for this one?
I'll give XP at the end.
Okay.
And less so the more you ask about it. No, I'm just kidding. Cloister of the Blood. Is the highest ranking cloister and second in political power to the Prince Regent and other elder houses. These citizens are the priests and priestesses, their primary deity of worship being Leviatar, and many other vampiric and evil deities are also welcome temples among the Vinish. And these I am giving to you in importance, like basically in terms of which cloister has rank over the others. So, Cloister of the Blood would be numero uno. Next, we have Cloister of the Shadows, which are all military and spy personnel, from the lowest soldier to the highest general.
Who do they report to? Is it to the ruling families in total or directly to the Prince Regent?
Depending on the situation, most likely the elder houses, they have a council.
So they report to the Council of Houses.
Correct. Simply called the Council of Elders.
Okay.
So the Cloister of Shadows is all military personnel. The Prince Regent's own daughter, Slytheria the Silent, is the chief assassin of this cloister. And those in that cloister who achieve certain rank or repute often earn themselves additional titles, such as the Silent, the Menacing, etc., etc.
Repeat her name one more time.
Slytheria. S-L-Y-T-E... Or, I'm sorry, S-L-Y-T-H-E-R-I-A. And that's Oximus's middle daughter. Alright, next in importance would be Cloister of the Serpent. Which encompasses the many varieties of arcane spellcasters, everything from bards to warlocks. Ready for the next one? We've got Cloister of the Lash, Lash. Domestic guard force and jailers of criminals. They maintain the general public order, investigate reports on other citizens, and jail and punish those found guilty.
Police force.
Secret police force, right? This is the SS.
Sort of. Like, they're like the interrogators, basically, yeah.
So the one we met way back when that was all beaten up on the Savage Queen there was probably from the Lash.
Was probably from the Lash. And last and purposefully least, we have Cloister of the Fang. These are the general citizens of the realm. They may aspire to power through wealth and influence, but will never gain the same respect or power as any of the other cloisters. Those who don't join another cloister, and either prove themselves or have no desire to excel in business or another trade, are usually horribly treated, and many leave Vinland for a slightly less oppressive life in other nations of the Empire. As such, they are also generally viewed with suspicion and loathing by their countrymen. So those are like the dregs, the do-nothings, the
vagrants,
the shiftless layabouts. At least that's how they're seen.
the goons.
But would we also expect to see things like normal craftsmen and stuff?
Correct.
Okay. So the shiftless layabouts would be the top-down view. Meanwhile, the on-level view would be blue-collar workers?
Essentially, yeah.
Okay.
Merchants.
Where among this hierarchy would we find administrators? People responsible for setting up cities and roads and things of that nature.
That is all handled by the ruling house and the other elder houses.
As part of, like, Council of Elders direct staff?
Right.
Because I don't see, like, Oximus out there being, like, with the sextant and stuff, figuring out the best way to, like, arrange roads.
No, that would be... It would basically be delegated to whoever would be most applicable to the job. So, word would come down from the elder houses that they need something done, and whoever would be best suited to that task handles it. So if it's the building of roads, that's Cloister of the Fang. If it's building arcane watch points or casting any kind of spells that need to be cast, it's going to be Cloister of the Serpent. If they're looking for religious things to be done, it's Cloister of the Blood.
I'm thinking, and this is just me out of character, that they're missing a trick by not having a council of administrators, because they're who rule the world, really. Shut up, Libras. I get that joke, and I reject it. Sorry, go on.
The IT workers. Yep. Additionally, Grak gives you another little nugget of information, kind of on the side.
Another dog. Speed.
Recent stories from far reaches of the Empire tell of a renegade force of former Fangs, as they are known, engaging in military strikes against the Empire. Estimates of their numbers run from dozens to hundreds, but with more and more reports happening, the powers that be are finding their actions increasingly harder to obfuscate. So it's shit like, in another area far to the north, there's reports coming in of Fangs sacking caravans on their way from one city to another. Things like that. Very much guerrilla tactics.
Within Vinland or across the broader portion of the whole?
Across the entire empire, including Vinland.
Aha, so the resistance.
There may be a resistance out there that you guys could tap into. And of course, all he knows about this is just what he's heard, which is rumor. He hasn't been able to confirm or deny their existence for himself. But that's just what people are talking. That's the word on the street.
What is the name of the continent again? I know I wrote down. Okay. I did write that down. All right. Thank you. Do we pick up that name from locals, or is that what we are calling it as new arrivals?
That's what it was called by the Guardians of the Flame. That's where you learn that name from, and it seems to be persistent throughout the land.
Yeah,
Okay.
we called it Candlemastia.
That's right, we did call it Caleb. I found the note that said that. Okay.
And just to make it a bit more clear for you, Buckle, Cloister of the Lash would be more like the police force and corrections officers, interrogators, torturers, things like that. Whereas Cloister of the Shadows would be more like the actual military, like soldiers and assassins and spies and things like that.
But I'm getting the impression that of the Lash, there's probably two parts of it. The ones, the actual people who take care of crimes and things like that, but then they're probably transferred over to the interrogators, right? So there's probably a division in there.
Right, yeah, absolutely. There are divisions within each cloister accordingly, fitting the nature of them.
Yeah.
So, for example, within Cloister of the Blood, there's a bunch of different temples. The chief of which being the Temple of Leviatar, because that's basically the state religion, as you've come to understand it. And so the highest cleric of that temple would be the pinnacle of the Cloister of Blood. And then based on, power, influence, importance of other deities, they kind of go down that pecking order.
Okay.
But you're almost certain that in this area you would find a whole plethora of other evil temples, varying in size based on their congregation and importance. He also gives you a brief description on how the city is laid out. So picture for me, if you will, basically the southern coast of California. Now imagine there's a massive bay there. And on the southern part of this bay is kind of like this shitty, wetland, swampy type of area. That's where you guys are at now. That's Scumtown. It's been built up. It's basically a shanty town built on like a swampy, shitty wetland. That's where all the slaves of the Republic are relegated to spend their off hours when they're not doing what they need to be doing for their masters. It's also where slaves are bought and sold. And generally, it's a slum. It kind of has its own sort of barter economy, which you would kind of expect to find. Though 99.9% of any creatures that you would find in Scumtown are going to be absolutely without worth, right? Like, they just don't have any money, they don't have any wealth, they basically own the rags on their back, and that's about it. Now, above this wetland lies a cliff, and on that cliff is where the actual port is built. Well, the city, I should say.
Oh, I was gonna ask, do they have airships?
Yeah. Where do the ships come in?
The ships come in from the western shore, so they have an entire port set up along a much more steady area.
So, well, is Scumtown like to the north or south of that?
Scumtown is at the very southern tip of the city. It's the butthole of the city. I'll try and get a map made for you guys, even if it's just shitty basic map that I would make.
That's
I'll do my best to get you one.
fine.
Additionally, as far as the layout of the city, it's very, very much like, and I'm speaking to you guys out of character, very, very much like New York City. Set up as close to a grid as you can possibly get. Though there are certain exceptions, circular structures where you necessarily wouldn't find one in other areas, the biggest of which being the Temple of Leviatar. Additionally, higher up, there is another cliff, and up there is where the Prince Regent's Palace and all of the Elder House's estates are.
The two cliffs, are they named anything? Do they have their own district names?
They're not named by district. It's just kind of known that that's where, you know what I mean? Like, a slave would never go up to that top tier unless bidden to or in the presence of someone from one of the elder houses.
So what would a slave was bidden to go up there, what would they say? Up to the city, up to...
The palace.
That would be the top tier, right?
That would be the top tier.
What's middle tier called?
Middle tier is just the city.
Okay.
Is the top tier the Upper East Side?
As a matter of fact, it is.
Kinda is, right?
It is. And like I said, I'm going to try and get a map made for you guys to make it a little bit easier to understand. Because I'm assuming you guys will probably be spending at least a decent amount of time here. Oh, God damn it, Libris. This probably isn't accurate at all.
Looks pretty accurate to me.
Wow. Wow, Libris.
He just shit all over Monterey.
Yeah, he'll do that.
Is Monterey shitty?
No Monterey cheddar.
Yeah, it beats me. Never been there.
I thought it was Monterey Jack.
Oh shit.
No, that's
right.
from Chippendale's Rescue Rangers.
Isn't there both? Fuck. Did I mess up my own cheese pun? That sucks. Damn.
Where's the closest entrance / exit to the Underdark?
He points behind you. Back through the abyss.
How would they view emissaries from the Underdark?
Depends on what you're buying. Depends on what you're selling. And based off of your individual disguises, that will kind of relegate how you guys are going to behave while out in public, right?
Yeah, what's my disguise?
You're just going to be a dirtied up gray guard, apparently.
I'm down with that.
So you and Garrett are going to end up looking very much the same.
Nice.
All glamour and religious symbology is going to be covered up by basically just plain plate.
We're gonna be twinsies.
So you'll essentially just look like a mercenary at first glance. And Dragonborn, while unusual to see around here, are not unheard of. You're just not the most common species that one would find around.
More common than like a human, though.
Just a straight human? No, those
Yes.
would be much more populous than you would, but they're also slaves, typically speaking.
Yes. Yes.
So humans definitely outnumber you in this city, but... Additionally, you know that this port city, and Scumtown in particular, is the primary slave center of the Empire. Like, this is where slaves come to get processed and shipped off to other areas of the Empire as seen fit. You know, if the Empire needs farmers in the Central Valley where all the agricultural states are, then that's where they get shipped off to. They need people working the mines to the north, that's where they get sent to, you know? So that's another leg of fulfillment that the Republic has to the Empire.
What percentage of the population is actual vampires?
Just taking like a rough stab at it, upwards of 70%. It's mostly vampires.
Okay, I didn't know
So
if
I
it
fit
was
Well,
right
like...
no. As far as like citizens, it would be like 75% vampires. But if you're encompassing like all the slaves as well, it would be a much lower percentage. Like maybe 5-10% of the overall population.
So these are vampires not directly connected to the noble houses?
Not all of them are directly connected to the noble houses, no. Some just don't have the same lineage, the same bloodline, the same dick swagger, basically.
What the fuck happened here 1,000 years ago that there's just a ton of vampires?
Also, you know that whatever did happen predates the Empire.
Well, that makes sense because
As-
the
Yeah,
Right.
you know that there are vampires that don't have their pinkies cut. That would be the most telling example. Some do, some don't.
Is Oximus one of them?
Oximus is not missing one of his pinkies. And you would be able to tell kind of just by his presence that he is a very old and very powerful vampire.
What the hell are these fuckers eating?
Slaves.
How the fuck many slaves are there?
He kind of like scratches his shoulder. He's like, I don't... It would vary from day to day. They're constantly coming, they're constantly going.
But
Dozens of thousands, hundreds of thousands.
and what is the population of the city?
The city population is about a little over 500,000.
500,000. 70% of which are vampires.
No, that's the citizens. Total
That's-
population,
right.
it's like 10%.
Right. Citizens not including slaves.
Because slaves wouldn't really be considered citizens.
Slaves are not considered citizens. They are considered property.
How does one become a citizen?
It's kind of you either are or you're not. There are ways that other... say you were part of another part of the Empire and you weren't just a Dreg by birth. Maybe you belong to a noble house that predates the Empire and kind of got assimilated into a power structure that way. You could move to the Republic if you wanted to, and there's means and methods by which that's done. But typically speaking, you wouldn't have any cause or want to go there because it's full of fucking vampires, you know what I mean? Unless your objective was to get turned, which does happen from time to time.
Our objective might be to get turned up. Let's go to the...
Get turned?
I'm trying to think of, like,
Yeah, that
lore reasons why I would be here in the first place.
One more time.
Trying to think of, like, lore reasons what, like, if a vampire asks me, like, why are you in Vinland, Mr. Dro?
That would be a good thing to rehearse. I can give you an easy answer if you'd like.
I was thinking of going the emissary route.
Nah, don't give us an easy answer. Make us work for it.
I'll roll an intelligence, Nyloth. Just straight intelligence. The easiest explanation is that you're a slave trader. The Drow are known to take slaves. Like they're between them and the Durgar, like they're kind of the chief slavers of the Underdark. So maybe you caught your fill and brought some topside to get a better price on them. Who knows? But that would probably be the easiest answer. If you were going to go the emissary route, it's like, well, okay, who are you an emissary for? Who sent for you? Who are you going to see? You would face much less questions just being like, I was here to sell some slaves. And I got, make up a little story about it. I got a good price.
Yeah, but see, my worry would be like, what if somebody actually like wanted to buy our slaves, and then we don't have any slaves?
Sold them already.
Yeah, sold them already.
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't just like have a throng of slaves behind you just meandering through the city.
Well,
Like it's kind of bad form to do that.
yeah, that is why I don't have an army of slaves.
Like slaves are admissible in the city, but you wouldn't have free run as a slave through the city unless you had dispensation to do so. Like you would essentially be carrying papers saying this person from this noble house is sending me on this errand and that's why I'm here. But you couldn't just leave Scumtown, go up the lift into the city and just walk around. Because they'd probably just kick you over the cliff. Because essentially your life is worthless. Additionally, those slaves that do belong to either the ruling house or the elder houses, most of their like domestic type of slaves that would be used for cooking and cleaning and things like that, they generally have their own quarters for that in their own sort of little areas up on the top tier. They're kind of exempt from having to live in Scumtown, but that's pretty much the only exception. And some slaves find a better life for themselves in certain regards. Like maybe they know a bunch of different languages and can tutor other people and children and things like, you know what I mean? Like maybe you have more worth than just manual labor, and so that's why you're up there. But that's very, very rare.
Well, I am open to suggestions.
What are some of the higher-ups' personalities like?
He shrugs. They're vampires. They're arrogant, they're bloodthirsty.
What would you think about maybe going to introduce ourselves to a few of these vampire houses?
I would not do
of
that.
unrest in this restful kingdom.
That's a simple question to answer. I wouldn't. I would steer well clear of them.
Well, I mean, now we've got a group here of strong fighters.
We've seen Prince Regent Oximus. His power is beyond anything we can muster.
Then maybe we put a bit of a stake in my plan. It was a vampire reference.
Strike two.
I leaned down to Danderfluff. He made a pun. That's strike two.
Danderfluff takes out a little notebook. Check.
Well, now I just want to
little scorecard.
Forsaken place.
You're 12 over par, sir.
I will follow whatever footsteps you all leave behind.
Are any known to be more angry or nicer than the others? Or like, this one's typically more hostile, this one's typically nice for a vampire?
Make a persuasion roll. The smallest and most mysterious of the elder houses is House Kendrick. And he happens to know several slaves that work for them in their palace. And has not. Basically, it's not so much that he's heard good things about them, is that he just hasn't heard bad things about them.
Oh, I meant more on like an individual basis, like with the named NPCs. Like, what are
Oh,
they
you mean
like?
oh, you mean like the noble house, the ruling house?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all nuts, dude. There's kind of not a good one in the bunch. You very much get the idea that in a place like this, might makes right. So, the strongest rule, and the rest can eat shit, basically. If you don't like it, we'll kill you. I mean, to give you an example of the amount of power that the ruling house has, Prince Regent Oximus or any of his family could walk down any given street and just murder anybody for any reason, and not even be questioned about it. People wouldn't even bat an eye. To even question it would be inviting your own doom, basically. Just kind of gotta be like, oh, well, they must have fucked up, and just kind of move on.
I guess what I'm asking is like, how likely is it to like, would that happen like, just completely randomly without cause?
Depends on the person. Oximus, you generally wouldn't expect him to be walking out among the city anyway. But as far as like reputation goes, Slytheria seems to have the biggest reputation for being like bloodthirsty and just downright evil, cruel, in fact.
You used the word that I was trying to get at as, like, I guess what are their reputations like?
You know that Platra, she is the high priestess of Leviatar in Vinland. So she, in and of herself, in addition to her royal name, has a significant amount of power in the city. His twin sons, they're both generals, so they're generally out doing military actions.
Good one.
And not much is known about the other two daughters, Mornava or Plasemia, who are eldest and youngest, respectively. Slytheria is the middle daughter.
Okay.
And like as he was explaining this, at some point he would direct you over to like the front of the building where you can kind of peer out. There's some shabby windows, you know, that have kind of been pieced together from like odd shaped pieces of scrap glass and stuff like that. But even through these like dingy, dirty, misshapen, odd windows, you can see the city above. You know, these towering structures rising into the sky, massive statues of Leviatar. And yeah, it looks about the biggest city that any of you have ever seen.
I'd like to speak to Garrett Reeves. Walk up and kind of like, jab him in the shoulder because he's leaning on the bar. I'm kind of standing next to him and say, "So, where did you receive your paladin training from? I can tell by your outward appearance you have that of a soldier. Or am I misreading the outward appearance of you?"
Well, I feel that we should adopt our new personas, and information is coin.
That is true. So, introduce me to yourself, if you could. Who are you?
You're
You can
asking
lie
without
to me.
giving.
Okay, you can lie to me. It's part of we're trying to establish a story, right? We have to come up with a fake identity, more or less. So before I even begin to learn anything
Grack
about
nods.
what?
Grack nods. Like agreeing with you that you guys need fake identities.
I say we don't even introduce ourselves to each other just yet. We introduce ourselves by our fake, assumed identities to make them all the more believable. Although I've kind of already spoiled that one by telling you my name.
Joey brought up a really good point, and I didn't come up with any backstory for the fake Garrett. And I don't
Would
know.
now be a good time to take a break?
It might be, yeah.
All right. So we'll give you guys a few minutes to start thinking about who you want your alter egos to be. Because everybody in the party should think of an alter ego. You're at least somewhat known to the people that you don't want to know who you are. So keeping your identity would be private would be probably the most important thing that you could possibly do here. Because if you're found out to be who you are prized. Like, you are definitely going to be taken captive, and really bad shit's gonna happen to you. Dying would be the least of your concerns at that point.
Damn. Right.
So, we are going to take a short break, but real fast before we do, I want to make sure that I get this taken care of, because otherwise I'll forget. So, as you guys are talking, Grack has taken out like a very thin, small piece of leather, roughly about the size of like an index card. And he pulls out a few tools and starts making various punches and stamps into the leather. He takes that and hands it to Nyloth and explains that should anybody question, this is like a forgery for a bill of sale for slaves.
Okay.
It basically, and he goes through it with you, like basically saying, I came here with 2 humans, 4 orcs, 5 kobolds, and a goblin, and these are the prices that I got. These are who sold them to me, and it's essentially a receipt, like a bill of sale. So to help you kind of sell that, that alter ego, or your backstory, whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
So make sure you mark that down. Just write down forged bill of sale. And we will be right back, folks. We are going to take a very short break. I will put on some tunes for you while we are away, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back. What up, guys? Got some brief news for you before we start. We are on a brand new goat bar for this month, so if we get that filled up, I will be doing a 12-hour stream. Either GTA or D&D or a mixture of the two. You guys will get to decide that. Additionally, I wanted to thank everybody who's been subscribing to me, and to give you guys a little bit of information on what I'm working on. I'm going to be restructuring the Game Wisp tiers slightly. I've got a few ideas on that, so that I can have it reflect more of like an additional sub as opposed to like my be-all and end-all for subs. I've already explained this. I actually get a better cut from the higher tiers from Game Wisp, but I'm not going to tell you guys how to spend your money either. So just know that however you guys want to sub to me is perfectly fine with me. And of course, it's not a requirement. I genuinely greatly appreciate it. And of course, if you can't sub or donate, just being here, spending your time in chat, keeping your eyes on the channel is more than I could ever ask for. I really appreciate all you guys coming out and watching my streams. Really means the world to me, just to have you guys invest your time in my channel. So I really, really do appreciate it. So much love from the bottom of Thoglore's black heart. And I mentioned it in chat before in case you guys didn't see it or were away doing other things. For those of you who are subscribed on Twitch and on Game Wisp, you will earn an extra goat butt. So you'll be getting 2 for this month as opposed to just the usual one. So that's if you're subscribed on both Twitch and on GameWisp, you'll get 2 goat butts. So that's kind of starting it out, and then there's going to be other things that'll be coming down the pipe soon. Ex Libris asked a good question. He asked, do Twitch subs also get Discord access, Game with Dog, all that kind of stuff? Yes, everything that you get for the base tier of GameWisp, you also get as a Twitch sub. So you still get you still get Discord access, you still get the chance to fight in the arena, or if we're doing a sub game, contrarily. Additionally, our sub game got rescheduled, so we're going to be either doing that on this Wednesday or Friday, so keep your eyes on Discord to know when we're going to be doing that. I'll be putting up a straw poll probably tomorrow during the day. So I will post about that on Twitter, but I will also be putting a straw poll exclusively in the sub channel in Discord. Also, if you guys, for whatever reason, never got the Discord invite, I'm still figuring out if there's a way I can automate that as an affiliate for my subs. I'm not sure yet. But if for whatever reason you're a sub and you don't have Discord access, either get a hold of me or Variel can also get you an invite and get you set up with the proper tier in Discord. So I think that pretty much wraps it up for all my announcement crap. Let me check and see if these guys are ready to go. We are just about good to go. I don't need that window anymore. And there we go. Beautiful. Double fist and goat butts. What? What? Alright, let me get some ambiance. Do I not have that track? No, I gotta have it somewhere. That's not it. I really don't have that set up for this game? That's shocking. I'm shocked now. Do you hear me, Ammo? Shocked. Copy that, Ewok. Alright. So where we had left off, you had met your liaison in Vinland, a squat, toad-like humanoid named Grak, who Buckle surmised might be some type of bullywug or a similar type of creature. There are definite similarities, but there are also differences, so, you know, might be kind of a cousin creature to a bullywug. But he seems very intelligent. And he's got a lot of information that he's shared with the party to help them get acclimated to this new nation that they're in, where they are very much undercover behind enemy lines. So this is kind of critical information for how they're going to carry themselves and relate to other citizens while they're out in the world. So you guys are doing a bit of roleception as things are going to continue for the next few weeks, because you're playing a role within playing a role, so that'll get pretty interesting to see how that all works. So, Garrett, you needed a little extra time to think of some details for your alter ego.
The primary thing I need to know is a location where humans are the most active within the Empire. Or, barring that, in Vinland. Because I need to have a location to come from.
Okay, so you're trying to pass yourself off as a visitor to the city as opposed to a citizen, correct?
I was thinking of going as being a member of the Lash.
That would be
Would ins-
difficult.
Okay. Fine.
And
Then visitor to the city.
It's possible that you could do it, but it's also very dangerous because, as you mentioned before, as far as population goes, that's one of the smaller circles, right? Like that's one of
Oh,
the
fair enough,
smaller
sure.
cloisters. So as far as like, wait a minute, I don't know this guy, you don't know this guy, who is this guy? Like the likelihood of that happening in that particular cloister is much higher than the others. Also considering that punishment, intelligence, that's kind of what they do.
Fair enough. So then, visitor to the city it is. So I need to know another, at least human-dominant city within Vinland, barring Vinland within the Empire. Not too far away.
Okay. Let me get back to you on that.
Okay.
That's something I'm gonna have to think about because there's kind of a few different options. But what about the rest of you?
I am Rash Blightbat the Slaver, with an interest in anything vampiric.
Okay. And being a slaver doesn't keep you necessarily from being something else as well. So are you like you keeping your kind of arcane caster sort of?
Yeah, might try and set up some religious stuff since there's more than one religion allowed here.
Grack kind of interjects. Well, there's really no great way to ask this question, but who owns the kobold? In case
Raise
you're
my
asked.
hand.
In case you're asked. I'm not suggesting that any of you actually do. Just playing the devil's advocate.
I figured I could be the muscle for his other slaves to keep the other kobolds in line.
You be my bottom slave. I tap.
I get to sleep in the good house.
Yes. I give you a little mushroom biscuit.
Okay. You're gonna want to keep this on him when you're out and about. He reaches under the desk, pulls out what just looks like a forked wooden branch with a leather strap across the forked end. Hands it to Nyloth.
Thanks.
It's a requirement. Leash law, basically.
That's so good.
Are there any babies around?
Are they potatoes?
Alright, so you two got your backstory down. How about you, Amosu?
So my, name is Sarah, and I am a member of the Cloister of Blood, because I am a cleric of Asmodeus. They don't
Grack.
know I'm a cleric of Asmodeus.
Grack informs you that there is a temple of Asmodeus in the city. It
'Cause,
is
you
one of the
know-
larger temples.
Unless somehow they got some secret information from peoples, they would still think that Seraphina is a cleric of Kosuth. They don't know what happened. So, cleric of Asmodeus named Sarah.
What's your last name?
Give me a second. uh, I'll get back to you on that in a second.
Okay. And back to you, Buckle. So,
That city
Sarah of House Fina.
Was there a city that I could go from? Given that I'm apparently the only goddamn human for like a million miles.
Well, passing yourself off as a human visitor to the city is definitely doable, considering that the bulk of the Empire is humans, right?
Right. I'm looking for a particularly large city. That's why I...
So were you looking for a city within Vinland or somewhere else in the Empire?
Doesn't matter either way, but I am looking for a presence of Asmodeus within that city, because I will
Alright.
pass myself off as a paladin of Asmodeus.
Okay. Then I would say you are probably from... Oh, no, I fucking misspelled my own shit. What a dummy.
You dummy.
What a dumb shit.
Just roll with it. That's the new spelling.
I will type it for you in chat.
Okay.
Roll 20.
Yep. So I'm going to ask. Oh, cool. Serafina, if she wouldn't mind letting me hold the symbol of Asmodeus that we gathered, well, that she took from Mickey's head.
Sure.
Because I would have to have a holy symbol being a paladin.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Okay. And that I would affix to my breastplate and introduce myself to Robiathan as Tarig Ma, a paladin of Asmodeus. And yes, he is correct. I have had significant military training.
And I based your hometown off of that. So you're actually from a place that's just over the border into the Empire.
Okay.
And it's kind of a crossroads town, but it's also a military stronghold. So typically what you're seeing there is young men and women who are being sent off to be trained as soldiers.
Okay. That will work for me, because that is not unlike Garrett's own upbringing.
But it's, you could compare it to like any military town that you've ever been to, right? Where it's like the military base is like the main thing, and then there's like a few other shops and stores, but primarily it's just that. Almost like a college town, but instead of a college, it's a training facility for soldiers.
Sure. That works for me. Also, apparently my pen just like fucking jizzed all over the place, and there's just ink everywhere.
I'll give you a minute. Go clean yourself
I'm good.
up.
I'm good. It's just dried everywhere. It's all over me. I'm like fucking Bix Brazzers over here.
Yeah, what Libra said. Military base, strip clubs, pawn shops, general goods store. But, it's set at the base of some mountains. Picture, what was the name of that place in Lord of the Rings with the white tree?
Rivendell?
No.
Oh no, Gondor.
Yeah, kind of like that. So at least, it was set kind of at the base of mountains and then sprawling fields beyond that.
Okay.
So kind of picture it like that, but like the fields would be filled with like tents and mustering grounds and training grounds and stuff
Oh,
like
yeah.
that, where they're teaching you riding and how to
Yeah,
use a
yeah.
lance and all that type of shit. The full gamut of military training happens there. It's one of the main military training facilities for the Empire. And also acts as like kind of a crossroads town between the Empire and the Republic of Vinland, because that's like immediately over the border, which is made by mountains.
All right. I don't know where he wandered off to, but that was my introduction to him when he asked, however long ago that he asked.
Right. We'll revisit that when he gets back from his errand. So what's your name, Kobold?
Thatch.
Alright. Make sure you guys are writing these things down. You're gonna want to know each other's names as well as your own.
What's Garrett's new name?
Terig Ma.
You want to type that out?
Yeah, put it in roll 20.
Okay.
I'm just gonna call you Mr. Ma.
That would be Lord Ma. Just so you know.
Darth
Mr.
Maw.
There's gonna be a whole lot more Lordin going around for me, just so you know.
I'm gonna find some hot vampire chicks.
What are we waiting on?
I was just waiting for you guys to get things written down.
Should I be writing down that Trip's gonna get some hot vampire chicks?
I guess. And it's your notes, not mine.
I'm not writing that down.
I'm not writing it down either.
If it actually happens, I'll write it down.
Yeah, I mean, let's not get
I'll
each other's
find-
hopes up here.
The plumpest slave to buy and gift it to some hot vampire chicks.
That's not where I thought you were gonna go with that. With the just buying the plumpest. I'm like, uh-oh.
Nope. Plumpest slave, so it's full of gushy gushy blood to gift to some hot vampire chicks.
Is Nyloth continuing to use his name? Because I don't think that Vinland would really know.
Brash Blightbat.
Oh, sorry, you did say that.
Mm-hmm. He does have an alias.
Yeah, but like, why? But why though? I'm just kidding.
'Cause
And
of you.
Scruffles will be back next week. We'll let her decide her own shit.
I bet she's gonna go with Miss Prissington. I don't know what she.
I will be shocked if she goes with Miss Prissington.
It will sound like that.
I will probably fall out of my chair. Twice.
Mm-hmm.
This many
And
times.
before Derriere Latouche.
And then we don't know yet whether or not Robiathan will have his own alias, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
He definitely doesn't want to let it be known that he's a paladin of a good deity. First and foremost. Because that shit ain't gonna fly. You will typically only find clerics, temples, and worshippers of evil deities here. Maybe a few on the neutral axis. You know, kind of generic traveler, you know, protect traveler type gods that are neutral, that type of shit. But they would have a distinctly minor presence in the city. Kind of like a lot of these deities that wouldn't necessarily be evil, you wouldn't even really expect to find temples of them so much as just shrines, kind of like on the roadside sort of thing.
Okay.
So it might just be like a tent, like half of a tent set up somewhere, just like a tarp, some candles, a statue of the deity, that type of thing. You know, kind of like what you would see in like ancient Rome.
Hmm. Okay then.
So yeah, this is kind of your guys' session to think about where you want to go and what you want to do. I have a few other things that you guys can add to your notes if you want, like kind of landmarks. If you happen to get lost.
Well, go ahead, Trip.
No, I just figured that would help. Like, how does this guy not know what the fuck the Eiffel Tower is? Like, they have an Eiffel Tower somewhere.
Well, that's actually a good point. Are these landmarks, let's say, beyond the Temple of Aviatar, as popular or well known as the Eiffel Tower, or are they like more like locals would know them?
Little column A, little column B, depending on what they are.
Okay.
But I can give you like some of the major ones that would be on par with like the Champs-Élysées or the Louvre or the Eiffel Tower or the main points of interest, I guess.
How's the tourism scene in the city? Are people coming from far and wide to check these things out?
No, you gauge this as a very like much an economic hub more than anything. People coming and going constantly. It's a major port.
Are people making pilgrimages in the name of Loviatar to come to this temple?
No. If they were to do such a thing, then they would go to the Empire's capital.
Which is?
I haven't told you yet.
I know, that's why I was asking. I was trying to suss it out of you.
I know.
We should... I'm gonna ask the frog guy, what's the Empire's capital's name so we don't look like idiots?
Blackhold.
Well, that's simple to remember.
I'm sorry I had to step away for a moment. Special private prayer session.
All right.
So now, where were we?
So you guys want to introduce your alter egos to Robiathan?
Oh, no,
like I already-
you can call me Robbie.
Strike three.
Why is Robbie strike three? What?
Just kidding. I'm kidding. But no, for real though, you're out.
I'm ready.
Garrett's alter ego is Terrig Ma, Paladin of Asmodeus. And you're correct in your assumption that he has military training.
Next.
I'll look up at Nyloth and be like, "Is it okay if I speak, Mr. Blightbat?"
Yes, Thatch.
I'm Thatch. I get to sleep in the good house.
I'm Rash Blightback, the Underdark slave trader.
Hold on, my hands can only ride at the speeds that the Lord provide. What was that again?
Rash
Rash.
Blightbat.
And so, what about the others? We have the Rash and the Thatch. look to Serafina.
My name is Sarah Janus, and I am a cleric of Asmodeus.
All right. Is there anyone else that I need to know their alter ego of?
We'll stick a pin in that for Evelyn, because Scruffles will be joining us next week, so we'll let her decide her own thing.
Fair
We'll just say we'll retcon it when she does if you guys go beyond this. But I'm assuming we'll probably be spending the rest of the session with you guys talking amongst yourselves and figuring out exactly what you want to do here in this city. And that could be overall party goals, or it could be individual things that you might be interested in or looking to glean.
And you can call me, because I assume that we can't call me by Robiathan or even Robbie. You can call me Restero. Yeah, that'll be good enough for the name. Restero. Restero.
Are you known here such that your true identity would cause us trouble, much like our identities?
I don't know, Thog, would it?
No, I would say you haven't really even been into the city. You've just been in Scumtown the whole time you've been there. Recovering.
My primary dwelling has been here within the slum town. I have not ventured into the city too much. Excuse me. So you can call me Restero. Maybe Father Restero. I'll say preacher of Asmodeus.
May I recommend Moander instead?
All right, Moander it is. Okay, I'm Restero, Father Restero, preacher of.
That should take one of the check marks off.
Yay!
All right. So overall party goals, we know that Evelyn is going to want to find information about her aunt because we know her aunt is here. So we'll have to, whatever we come up with, we'll probably have to keep that in mind because you know that Scruffles is going to bully us into doing that when she's here next week.
You could just kill her aunt.
Or could just kill her. But then Scruffles would kill all of us.
Quick, find a cannon.
Now, I would not be ever involved with such a heinous plot.
Alright. So, information-wise, what would be the best place to start? Slave markets? Find out who's buying a bunch of slaves to press into military service?
Yes, what kind of slaves are we selling?
Or just getting information about who's...
Price.
Yeah.
Alright.
Does that sound like a decent idea?
Sounds like one of the best ideas I've heard in quite a long time.
We should rent a house. Or buy.
Well, I may look like I am from a richer variety, but I actually don't have any money. So if you want to rent a house, then I would be at your will and mercy.
I don't think that's within any of our means at the moment. The Abyss cost us pretty much everything.
The Abyss can be a nasty whore.
Have you been there?
Not in a long time. It's been many years. I'm 58 myself.
So no.
No, I have not. For you all to have made it through the Abyss, you must be some venerated individuals.
Not all of us.
Well, I mean, you speak quite lowly of them. Are they to be thought lowly of?
Yes.
Well, you appear to be the leader of this squadron of crusaders, so I will follow your request.
How much money do we have in total?
This many gold.
Do we have anything to sell?
You have a diamond. You have a diamond.
I do have a diamond. You're right. I forgot about the diamond.
I don't know why, but I have gold.
Man, Mickey should have given me all his gold before he died.
um.
Is Grack around? Can I Grack there?
Yeah, he's still here, right?
He's staring right at you.
There you are, Greg. Sorry, my apologies. Do you know what we could do for a little bit of spare money? What the best route would be for that? Or maybe we could take a loan.
Speaking of
Go
money,
play the auction house.
you're not going to go walking around with all those coins, are you?
I think that was our plan.
As you guys kind of have a mishmash of various types of currency and coin.
Is there an exchange?
You're in luck. He pulls a large case from under his desk. I'll exchange whatever you got for Vinish currency. It's what you're going to want to keep on you.
Greg, you are a lifesaver.
I didn't get to where I am by being bad at what I do.
No, you did not.
I'm going to take a rather large sack out of my handy haversack and put it on the table.
My, that is...
I need to exchange 2,324 gold.
I was just gonna get.
And as the slave owner, I put 5 gold on the table.
I told you I got to sleep in the good house.
He
Some point.
He exchanges it.
I want a conversation about where you got that.
Whatever gold pieces you have, he can exchange.
I know I got a big portion of it from the nest that I searched and no one else searched.
And as much gold as we may have here amongst ourselves, is there a chance, Grack, that we could perhaps take out a loan of some money?
Not on your life. In fact, I'm not entirely sure yous are all gonna make it out of this alive.
What if I batted my eyes and said, please?
Then you're definitely not gonna make it out of this alive. You're gonna have to roughen up, Cupcake, if you're gonna make it in this burg.
Yes, sir. You have always taught me quite well.
I've been looking out for you this far.
That's the reason I'm still alive to this day. I apologize for asking such a foolish question. May the lords forgive me.
Also, there's a few things I want to have you guys mark down for your notes now that we're all here. So I believe somebody asked before what the capital of Vinland is.
Mm-hmm.
It's Vinham, which is Vynnnham.
You said Vynnnhan?
That's correct. Vynnnham. Vinham. Not to be confused with Stareham, which is delicious.
Or rumham, which is also delicious.
No, ramen!
The Rumham! Save the Rumham!
Ramen!
Alright, so, as far as noteworthy things in the city that you may or may not come across, that you can kind of use as landmarks, the first would be the Fountain of Thargonis. And in fact, I'll copy pasta this to roll 20 so you can get the spelling correctly. It is a fountain slash memorial to the founder of the Vinnish Republic, Thargonis.
We've heard that name before.
And the actual, you know how sometimes like a monument will have like a title, like much the same way a work of art would. This is called the Progenitor Victorious. It's at the very, very center of the city. And it's a massive statue of this plate-clad vampire holding aloft a massive heart. That heart continuously beats and releases blood into the fountain, which
Gross.
kind of mixes with rainwater, very commonly overflows into the gutters and alleyways of the city, which will come into play later. Almost to the very north of the city is the main marketplace, which is known as Sinner's Square. It's basically an open-air bazaar, so people come, they set up tents, they sell their wares, they pack it up, they get the fuck out for the day. Certain vendors kind of have their own reserved areas, you know, based on primarily things like seniority. How much money you make, because everything gets taxed. So obviously the big earners get to kind of take their pick of where they want their stalls and locations to be. Whereas if you were a new merchant to the market, you'd be kind of set up way off to the side.
So basically,
You know,
evil,
you're in like the back tabletop section of like PAX East, you know what I mean? Like if you wanted to gauge it that way, you're like off in the corner.
an evil farmer Saturday market then?
Kind of, yeah. But this open air bazaar, it's kind of a like the powers that be kind of turn a blind eye to what's bought and sold there. Like you could essentially buy anything if you look hard enough for it, type of thing. So poisons, magical items, maybe. Beyond that, there are several blocks of a mercantile district where actual structures are, you know, armor smiths, taverns, inns, you name it. And at the base of the palace tier of the city, so below that, but immediately, you know, there's a lift on either side that goes up to the palace tier. Taking that kind of central space is the Grand Judicus. Spelled thusly. And I'll give you 3 guesses what that is. You probably don't need 2 of them.
Some sort of courthouse.
Indeed it
I was gonna
is.
say a courthouse.
It
I bet
is.
it's less. Good.
It is the courthouse and prison for the city. The prison being underneath the palace, kind of, you know, set into the cliff face.
Ooh, do they have prisons like the Eyrie?
No.
Oh.
You mean like sky cells?
Yeah.
No, that wouldn't make any sense here, because then they'd just leave.
I thought it was on a cliff.
It's at the base of the cliff, though.
Oh, I thought it was at the top of the cliff.
No, it's at the very base of the cliff. So those are some of the structures that you might notice while out and about. In case I wasn't clear about this before, the Fountain of Thargonis, the progenitor victorious, holding aloft this heart. The statue itself is stone. The heart itself appears to be alive and still pumping blood. And this is a massive, like, the statue itself is massive. So considering that by scale, like, if you're comparing the size of this humanoid holding aloft this heart, it would almost be like a beach ball size heart.
Does Grux know whose heart it is?
You'd have to go to the archives on that one. All I know is what legend says, and that's that it belonged to some giant
Would
who
I
used to
possibly
rule
have
these
any
cliffs
idea?
in time before history.
Would I potentially have any idea?
No more than Grak would. Because you'd only know what he'd be able to tell you, you know what I mean?
True.
So. And assuming that Evelyn will ask about her aunt, Grak has no idea. Knowing that she's a vampire doesn't really narrow it down for him.
So what's like the exchange rate for Vinland currency?
He's giving you 1-to-1. So if you're giving him 1 gold, he's giving you 1 gold worth of Finnish currency. And
What if
they're gold pieces. They're just emblazoned with Prince Regent Ogzemus, and you know,
Gotcha.
it would be very strange if you guys showed up with kind of this mishmash of currency. Though it's not unheard of. The amount of it that you guys had would be telling to basically anybody.
Makes sense.
Also, you guys have to appreciate the power structure of this area. If push comes to shove, anybody from the tippy top to the lowest citizen will absolutely turn you in. Because it's in their own self-interest to do so. Not so much that they'll be rewarded for doing so, but if they don't, they're Foxville. They're what remains of their lives will be spent in agonizing torment. Likely shipped off to one of the Towers of Agony. Bison butts, yes. No, it's goat butts, obviously.
Well, I am still trying to prove myself to all of you, so I will let you all decide where we proceed on our grand venture.
Our main goal is the gain of information.
Where do you think would be best to obtain and acquiesce such information?
What is the popular language here?
That is a
Well,
good
that would
question.
be Vinish, which is a dialect of Farcommon.
Uh-oh.
Would I have picked up any of that living here?
Maybe a few phrases, but not enough to where you'd be able to convince anybody that you're a native. You can ask where the bathroom is and stuff like that, but as far as having like an actual conversation, no.
Would I be able to for me, would it be like an accent thing?
Right. Like, assuming that you know a certain amount of Farcommon, it would just be applying the accent to it. If you were trying to come
Okay.
across as a native, which you're not trying to do anyway.
Yeah. I was just asking because I know Farcommon.
Right. So, like, there might be a few words that might be pronounced a little bit differently. You know, picture the difference between American English and British English, right? It's essentially the same language, but there's different subtle differences, you know.
How much would I know? Because me and Spruce were both studying Farcommon.
You guys
before
haven't had a
his
chance to
untimely
study in a
demise.
while, so wherever you're at is where you're at.
I
I know
don't
you guys were
know
tracking
how
it
far we
somewhere.
got.
Well, look at your character sheet, because I know for a fact that I had you write it down.
It was 1/4 or 1/5 done ammo. I forget if we broke it. Spruce's character sheet will have it once. Never mind, I can't see it anymore.
And another thing that you guys would know about the capital city, Venom, is that it is a necropolis. Only undead go there. It is strictly forbidden for anyone living to enter the necropolis. And it is similarly shrouded in mystery from outsiders. Like, even the general citizens of this city probably wouldn't have much information on it. Unless they've actually been there for some reason, which would be like, your elder houses would go there. The Prince Regent almost certainly would spend a good amount of time there. But yeah. You're talking like the tippy top of the power structure in the city might have gone there, but pretty much everybody else, they just know about it, some general features. So,
Any grand libraries?
what, here in the city?
Yes.
There is a library. It's just called the City Library. No fancy name for that one. And it's in close proximity to the Grand Judicus.
I think Thatch and I should go secure a base of operations.
Grack laughs. You're looking at it.
So we'll be staying here then.
How much
It's the
is real
safest place
estate?
I can offer.
All right.
I can't control what doesn't happen under my roof. Basically, he's saying he can't vouch for your safety if you decide to stay elsewhere in the city.
I got that, yeah.
And while this is like a shack kind of hovel, it's a secure enough structure that you guys could sleep here comfortably. There is, if you move your characters, you guys can take a peek. This other room down here is set up for guests. So they're not fantastic beds or anything like that, but they are clean linens. They're not stained and gross and dirty. It's just simple hay beds, but it's dry.
Oh yeah, we're all sleeping in the same room. Pillow talk. We got sleepover.
Nyloth's going to be invaluable to us as one of the only speakers of Far Common. Seraphina knows some phrases, but I don't think the rest of us have any experience with that.
If I needed to vacate the holy bowels, I would know where to ask, but other than that, no.
Looks like just outside here's fine.
That is good to know.
After hearing Joey say that, Danderfluff pulls out a little piece of paper.
Check.
And that's another check. Is that a check erased?
No, that's a check.
Oh,
It's a check and a half.
That's a horde check.
for holy bowels?
That's a check for you need to check yourself.
Why would your bowels be holy? Why would
Ask
Nathaniel's
him.
bowels would be the holy ones?
Well, I mean, sure, I don't care about your checks anyways. It mean nothing to me.
So Nyloth will need to be the face of us, the one who ferrets out the information. Should our
Also,
cover be?
sorry, you guys are high enough level. In case you were wondering what this is, it's a shrine to Maglubiet.
Mhm.
Oh, so does he count himself as a goblinoid race?
Are you asking?
No. But I mean, knowing that he's not, he's a sort of like a bullywog, and that's a shrine of Maglubiet. He's probably goblinoid in some fashion, right?
Maybe.
It's a real good thing I decided not to have Danderfluff sit on it.
It wouldn't be very comfortable. It's covered and festooned with rotting meat and things like that. Bones.
Look, there's rotting meat right here.
Buzz,
That's
buzz.
cool.
And here,
Aw.
Correct.
because she's dead.
He did.
Is this place entirely safe?
That's a straight up nuke. What is that?
I need
Why is there a
you to make an investigation roll.
Wait, I'm just noticing that's a fucking bazooka. All that stuff is radioactive symbols.
Yeah, I kind of used the best thing I could find there.
Oh, okay.
You got to give me a little bit of like I was looking for a tipped over barrel, and that was kind of the best thing I could find. You suspend disbelief a little bit on that one.
Well, after you had
I can't
him, like,
always find the best tokens for the job. Sometimes you
when you
gotta
had him
just
sprinkling
take what you
stuff
get.
into the goo, I thought we should pay attention to it. And then
Okay.
when Ewok noticed that stuff,
Danderfluff,
like,
you are certain that this is green slime. And as you pass by it and look down on it, you see your reflection, and then your reflection kind of like raise up in a facsimile of your own face.
What's this?
Oh, don't worry about that. Just something new I'm working on.
It really is quite fascinating.
It's memory slime.
Can you make pillows out of it?
I wouldn't suggest it.
I don't like to use memory foam because it remembers.
No, it's memory slime.
you don't want that bad talent on you in the future.
Okay, so, Robbie, how are you going to be scuffing up your appearance to not appear as a holy paladin?
It's a good question. What kind of like mud and slag is there around?
When you walk out the front door, you'd find a whole smorgasbord of muck and goo to rub on yourself if that's what you're going for. But
I'll walk in. I'll ask.
it pretty steadily rains there. Simply covering yourself in mud is not going to help you. You're going to have to go a bit further than that.
I'll ask the rest of the group. Say, now my appearance appeases the lords, but will not appease a good disguise. What do you think I should do in order to kind of mask my glow of an appearance?
I'll take a torch out of my bag. Be like, I can help.
Now, what do you intend to do with that?
Just watch. I'm gonna light the torch and then blow it out,
The lords have taken me this far.
and then just like put marks on his back with the ashes from the torch.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Okay. So you're dirtying him up a bit.
Yeah.
Now, is this actually scorching my armor, or is this just making marks?
It's just for appearance.
Yeah, but what if it rains? Will it wash away the soot?
I have something for that. I'm gonna take out the giant's bedroll.
You guys are quite resourceful.
The giant sock.
Yeah, the giant sock.
Okay.
And kind of, maybe we can fashion you like a cloak out of this.
Well, I do have my preacher's robes that I like to don.
Can I try and use Druidcraft to make mold grow on him?
Ooh,
If you want,
Okay, I do that.
roll Arcana. You get some to take, around his collar and his neck, the tops of his arms.
my, this is magnificent. Thank you.
No problem.
Anything else? I appear to be the most stand-outish of everyone.
You're gonna want to lose
Which
that
I
holy
apologize.
symbol.
What was that, Greg? I'm sorry.
You're gonna want to lose that holy symbol.
Oh, Lathander, please forgive me.
Could put it on the inside of your breastplate.
That is a good idea. I'm gonna do that. Now hide the holy symbol.
Okay. So who?
Now,
What's your story? Who are you trying to appear as? You've got a drow slaver and his slave a kobold, and then you've got a cleric and paladin of Asmodeus.
I'm a preacher of Moander.
Dangerfluff, can I borrow the torch?
Oh my.
And then
I'll
I
hand
tried
it over.
drawing the holy symbol of Moander on the front of his chest.
Now, could you
It's
tell
just
me?
a hand. So I put my hand on his chest and like outline my hand, like a kid making a turkey, and then I like clean the middle a little bit to make it look like a mouth.
Could you tell me a bit about Moander? My teachings are few and far between.
That's because not many people know much about him, and that could be to your detriment. Could be a bonus, could be a detriment. It really depends on who you're interacting with
That's why I'm asking.
and how you interact with any given person.
Any tips or pointers?
You would understand the general hierarchy of the churches. So at the very, very tippy top is the Temple of Leviatar. That's the state religion. Her clerics are going to have the most dick swagger out of all the clergy in the city. And then it kind of stratifies down accordingly. Asmodeus is up there, maybe not one of the chief deities, but certainly up there enough to get you guys some respect, Seraphina and Garrett. So, barring running into anybody from the Temple of Asmodeus, and Grack will kind of tell you where that is, so if you want to give it a wide berth.
I have an idea. I have Mr. Tebrig Mar over there, the paladin. What if I
That'd be
served
Lord
underneath
Ma.
you? What was that? Sorry.
Lord Ma. Is how
Lord
you address
Ma.
me in public.
Even better. What if I was to be underneath you as a paladin in training of Asmodeus, you being my commander?
And how does Moander feel about you leaving his service?
Well, I mean, I'm not fully, don't have my heart set on Moander. I'm saying I would switch to Asmodeus. And you could be the Lord, I could maybe be a quartermaster or something like that.
Whatever story works for you.
Squire would be the appropriate term.
Could be your squire. Is that acceptable to you?
Yeah, Garrett will agree to that easily. That's fine.
Wonderful.
Nyla's sad.
What I noticed your sadness, is it like apparent?
You tell me. I don't know
Yeah,
how
I
he's.
think-
How are you
Man,
displaying
I
that
look
your sadness? You're like, I look sad. Like, well, that's kind of relative. Are you
So
crying?
he would have
or-
looked happy making someone a paladin of Moander, and like, yay! And then he's like, "What if I'm a squire?" And he's just like, "Oh."
Well, don't be sad now, child. The Lord's gonna still bless you with some goodness. How would Moander's followers feel about? I mean, I feel bad for disappointing you.
Apostasy
They're few
is
and far between.
generally not a good thing, regardless of which deity you're talking about.
I'm sorry, but for this time to make the story work as good as we can, I think I'm gonna have to praise Asmodeus. But don't worry. Next time we have to infiltrate and do some spying, I promise it'll be under Moenda. Just for you.
He's just quiet.
Anyways,
Grak kind of sighs like, all right, take the armor off. I'll make the modifications.
all right. I'll take my. I assume he's talking to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Take
you-
my armor off.
You doff your armor, and he kind of sets it up on his workbench and begins going to work on it, putting some Asmodeus symbols on there.
Please, Lavender, please.
He pulls out like a tackle box and opens it up. There's various religious symbols. He starts hammering pentagrams onto your armor.
Oh, Lavender. Did they do the same thing to Garrett's armor or to Tarek's armor?
No, his is glamored.
Ah,
Thanks
his is
to...
30.
Asmodeus.
That is correct.
I look over. I would still look over to Lord Maw. Lord Maw, how could you? This is difficult for my heart to bear. Watching them sully my armor. How did you manage to emotionally power through?
Items are not deeds.
I don't understand. What does that mean?
Have no attachment to your things. You'll lose them.
Don't get so attached to things.
But
He's
Sometimes
fucking Mickey Rourke in fucking Iron Man 2. Amen. Don't get so attached to things. Grown is
bored.
better.
Bring me my board.
Lavender might not view it the same way. Do you think my deity will understand?
This is not my bird.
My bird.
I want my bird.
You're more skilled than me. I'm worried that Lavender won't understand the reasons for doing this.
You are the vessel of Lathander's will, not your armor, not your weapons, not your shield that's taken by a tendril off into the far realm.
I'm feeling like this is a hug moment. Can I get...
You know, one of these days that shield's just gonna fall from the sky in some random campaign.
I hope it kills somebody like a seat from Mir.
Comes hurtling in from the fucking stratosphere like a meteor. Just takes somebody's head off.
That's how Shaka dies.
Maybe.
Oh my god, that would be the best.
Maybe.
That's why you're a god killer. Because you lost your shield. And it just so happens to run into a god.
We're in a time loop now. My shield Savitar.
Alright, so for the remaining time that we have, just talk amongst yourselves and figure out what your group backstory is, where it is that you want to go. You know, plan ahead. Plan for worst case scenarios. Do the things that a reasonable like take the reasonable precautions that anybody in your situation would do. You know, if we get separated, where do we meet back up? If things go wrong, what do we do? That type of thing. Plan for things going right, but also plan for things going wrong.
Hope for the best, plan for the worst.
Exactly.
So this is our base of operations, so we should come here unless we think we're being followed. I think. Right? Let me think. Marketplace is probably the best place to get information, right? People coming and going.
Sounds like a fantastic idea to me, Lord.
Additional languages that you might hear spoken also kind of run a gamut, right? Like, a lot of the slaves are goblinoids, so they'll probably be speaking either in Goblin or Far Common, depending on who they're addressing and who they're speaking with. But among, like, the clergy, they might spend their time speaking in Infernal, Abyssal, those type of languages. Maybe even Primordial, depending on the deity. But basically any type of evil language or is usually associated with evil creatures would be more common here than in other parts of the world. Draconic would certainly be a spoken language.
Oh,
It's the language of magic, so spellcasters might use that to speak amongst themselves, that type of thing. Dwarven to a smaller degree.
well, I'll say the marketplace would be a good location to start.
I'm not hearing a lot of regular common or elvish, so I have a feeling I will be saying nothing while we're moving around Vinland.
You can just be the strong and silent type.
And maybe
think-
if
You're
I
my
could-
bodyguard.
Yeah, I'm
I'll have to
I'm the
be.
one that speaks on your behalf, maybe. Your bodyguard.
Are you fluent in Finnish or far common?
I'm fluent in Draconic. If it comes up.
All right, if it comes up.
Do you have 2 other leashes I look at? The fucks. I'm just kidding.
No. The last time we ended up with leashes, we got a baby we didn't want, that fucking lady we can't get rid of. Potato babies. That's what we got.
I don't believe you.
I mean, a baked potato baby would be delicious. That's all I'm saying. A little cheese on there, some chives.
So, if you guys were gonna go out for your first foray, Grack recommends visiting the slave auction first.
Is
'Cause
the
that-
slave auction... Sorry, go ahead.
It's part of Scumtown, so you don't actually have to enter the city to get there. There is a small presence of the lash there, kind of just to keep the general order, but it's kind of very sparse. Like, you kind of get the idea that if shit jumps off in Scumtown, it kind of works itself out, and they don't really give a fuck. You know what I mean? Like, it's almost not worth their effort to get involved. The only reason that they're at the slave auction is because a lot of money changes hands there, so they're making sure they're getting their end. But if you wanted to skip that and go right to Center Square, that would be fine as well. It's totally
No, I
up
like-
to you.
I prefer the slave auction first. I don't know how the rest of you guys feel.
Thatch and I could go out scouting.
Also, Grack is going to recommend that don't dismiss slaves as being worthless. You know, don't make that same mistake that the powers that be make, because it's actually the slaves that are the most prolific purveyors of information, right?
I kinda
The fact
raised-
that they're generally viewed as worthless or as property, people tend to dismiss them and not like completely oversee the fact that they might be listening in. You know, for so many of the citizens, it just wouldn't even occur to them.
I kind of raise my hand. Is this going to be a problem?
He nods. Pulls out an exceptionally sharp-looking knife and slides it across the table towards you.
I make
gonna-
Danderfluff 10 good berries.
Okay?
I walk over, get ready to cast Lay on Hands.
I'm gonna take out rope and put it in my mouth, and bite down on it,
Alright.
Don't worry, the gods will see you through.
and then I'm gonna slice it off.
Are you slicing or are you chopping?
I'm just gonna go down and put as much pressure as I can. So basically, chop.
Okay.
I can do it for you.
Roll strength.
Oh boy, please get a good roll.
You chop and lift up your hand, and your fingers kind of just dangling by a flap of skin. You didn't get all the way through, and it's very painful.
I'm gonna push his hand down back on the table, grab the knife, or the knife or my battle axe, whichever is closest, and finish the cut real quick.
Okay. No roll required for that. It's simple enough chop to make.
Good berries. And I'm just like pushing them, like mushing them on her mouth.
It does cause you damage, but I'm assuming the good berries will get you right back up.
You were too eager to do that?
The check marks.
God, that was nothing but
The
help.
the indictment.
I'm starting to think those check marks have no real bearing on your feelings about me.
He will neither confirm nor deny.
But yeah, I'll go ahead. If the good berries don't.
How many good berries you give me?
10.
Should roll damage or no?
Another 1 hit point per, I believe.
Yeah, each
Oh.
one is worth
Yeah,
one
it's 1 hit point.
Yeah.
You wouldn't do more than 10 damage to yourself, so if
Okay.
you're... That's fine. That's why I'm saying I'm not worrying about the damage, because you just eat the good berries and get it back. And your wound closes, you know, the pinky doesn't grow back, but the skin folds over and closes up the wound.
I'm gonna sit in the back. I'm gonna take out my great axe and see if I can still get a same grip on it. Kind of, because now I'm missing kind of like a base to swing.
It's going to take a little getting used to, but you don't think it'll impede your ability to swing.
I collect her pinky.
You know,
And put it in a
provided
vial.
that, you know, I'm assuming you guys are going to take at least the rest of the day to rest and not adventure for once. Maybe not so much Joey's character, he's kind of been resting, but the rest of you literally just got out of the abyss.
We did
rest-
just rest. I would be eager to head out. For at least just a scout around Scumtown kind of thing.
Yeah, and I'd go with the Lord.
Okay. And that is where we will end tonight's session.
Ooh, okay.
So,
Okay.
when we start next week, we'll be foraying out into the world. Now, I do have a quick question for you. Did any of you guys take your notes digitally? Or did you all write them down physical?
They stick better if you write them.
Okay,
The notes on the cloisters I took digitally.
no worries. I'll get together with Scruffles and make sure she has all the same information you guys do, so that we don't have to do like a big recap on all that information, because it's a lot of information.
Exposition.
Also, Joey, before we forget, as part, like, if you're his squire, then you would be from the same town, Care Nightshade, which is Kaer, separate word, Nightshade.
Okay.
And it's basically it's a military training facility, essentially, just over the border into the Empire.
All right.
So it would be like a massive castle, and then surrounded by that would just be like mustering grounds, training fields, that type of thing. There might be like a few stores. It's kind of like a hub, you know, being the first waypoint into the Empire from leaving Vinland. So, you know, people occasionally stop there for the night as they're on their way into the Empire. But it's primarily for military training purposes.
All right.
So, you guys finally made it to Vinland.
I like how you say finally as if we had any kind of control or agency of getting here sooner.
You could have gotten here sooner.
Oh, please.
You screw
Yeah.
around too much is the problem. You kids today.
Screw
You
around.
screw around too much. You better quit screwing around. But anyway, we didn't have any combat that session, a very simple puzzle, and then pretty much the rest of it was just me throwing information at you guys.
And
So I
introducing
do
the-
appreciate your patience in doing that, but I think we can all agree the information that I gave you is important to how you're going to roleplay in various situations in the upcoming weeks. So I wanted to make sure that I gave you as much information as would be fair.
Sometimes you gotta exposit.
That's true. So I actually like on my Google Doc I counted I actually have 17 pages of notes alone on just uh, Port Noctum. So definitely got the makings of a campaign setting. Which I may or may not do in the future. We'll see what happens. I plan on finishing my run of Divinity of Pain before I consider taking the time to edit and turn it into an actual product. But something I'm definitely considering in the future. So, anyway, I hope you guys all had fun watching. Again, there wasn't a whole lot of action going on tonight. Tonight was just very much info dump and story dump. But we will have a full party next week. As I understand it, Scruffles will be back. So sometime this week I'll get together with her, pass along all the information, and that way we can get right into some nice RP for the next session. So very, very excited to get you guys out into this world that I've created. So, big thanks to everybody who's subscribed to me. I think, Joey, you subscribed to me offline, I think?
Yeah, offline, yeah.
So,
Canceled my Game Wisp sub and switched it to Twitch.
that is quite alright. So, I'm actually going to see, can I... Oh yeah, it doesn't work from this anymore. Oh well. But let's get some love up in chat for Joey, please. For joining my family of Twitch subs and getting himself a beautiful heart emote.
It was nothing. No need to show him love.
No, you show him love, and you show it hard.
Okay, you can show me
You
love.
get in there. Don't
All
be
right,
shy, you get in there. So, just real briefly, the last thing that I want to mention is we've got Whose Initiative Is It Anyway tomorrow night, which is D&D Improv. That starts at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tuesday is my birthday, so usually Tuesday would be Heroes of Enderbor, but my parents are taking me out to dinner, so I wouldn't be at home in time for it. But I'll probably stream when I get home. I have no idea when that's going to be. I'd like to say I'll probably be able to start by like 10:30, but again, they're driving, so I have no idea when I'm going to get home, if at all. Like, I might end up just crashing at their house for the night, too. But I will definitely let you guys know on Twitter whether I plan on streaming for my birthday or not. If I do not stream on Tuesday, I will absolutely do a stream on Wednesday to make up for that. And then, of course, we have Litany of the Djinn on Thursday with Investigator Ammo, who's got a riot on her hands. Oh no. Oh no, buddy. When animal handling checks go wrong. Classic. So anyway, thank you all very much for watching, and we can go ahead and do our favorite parts and sign-outs and all that jazz. So let's start with Joey.
Well, we
Welcome
got to
back.
introduce Robiathan, or you guys can call him Robbie. Hopefully, he's a more enjoyable character. Hopefully, everyone loves him more than they loved Mickey, which is kind of impossible. Everyone loved Mickey to the highest modicum.
Oh yeah, he was great.
But I'm very much looking forward to playing a disciple of the Lord's with Robiathan, so that'll be fun. So that probably was my favorite part. I was introducing a new character that didn't seem to be immediately hated by everybody, and is going to be generally not a nuisance, anything like that. So I think him and Garrett are going to become best friends. But yeah, my name's Joey. You can follow all my stuff. My links are in there. Monday I'll be doing a Drawings and Dragons stream. Tuesday we'll be doing a rebroadcast of last week's Heroes of Enderbor session. And Wednesday another drawing stream. And that's about it. Follow my social media stuff. It's a fun session. Happy I got to introduce my character.
Yep, definitely make sure you're hitting that follow button, including twitch.tv/barrowsboy, because that is the channel that we do our Heroes of Enderbor show on, which is usually on Tuesdays, but unfortunately had to get pushed back because my parents had sex. So blame them. It's their fault. Had nothing
Try
to do
to tell
with me.
them no,
I didn't
but-
have a choice. Yeah, I mean, arguments were made against. They decided to go for it anyway. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. People make mistakes. Anyway, next, Derpy Cat Trip.
Speaking of bigger mistakes, I can't think of another one aside from me. Aha! My favorite part's finally getting through the short quotes cut. And to Vinland. And
Nope.
being out of the abyss.
It would have taken you much longer to get there going over the surface. As well as damn near impossible difficulty-wise, because you would have had to span the breadth of the entire empire. So in that sense, it was a shortcut.
Think of all the people we could have met on the way.
God damn it, I'm the DM, I don't have to justify myself to you, do your damn shoutouts. You mincer.
I stream stuff and things at twitch.tv/Trippenstein and at Trippenstein on Twitter. I've been playing Dark Souls.
Nice.
It's fun. It doesn't really make me angry, aside from when I attack something I'm not supposed to because the sign told me to.
Give it time.
And then I push that guy off a cliff to get rid of him as a problem. Because I couldn't kill him myself.
And moving right along. Purple Ammo Bird. What?
Hi. Favorite part. I don't know. I kind of liked all of it. My links are in chat. Follow them if you like.
Follow all the links.
But it'll be interesting to see what happens with new-ishly vampired Seraphina walking around amongst a ton of other vampires. She's not been around any before.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting dynamic. We'll see what happens. Next week on Divinity of Pain. Next, Mr. Ewok Fuzzy Nuts.
Boy, favorite part was me and Garrett judging Joey's new character.
The new recruit.
He's got 2 check marks on him right now.
I got one of those erased though, which I'm pretty proud of.
That's why it's 2.
Yeah.
That's why it's 2.
Surprised none of you guys have.
Oh no, it's back because he stopped being. He got it erased for being a paladin of Moander, and now he's not, so it's back.
Oh,
Well, it's like Deadliest Catch, right? He's like the greenhorn.
Yes.
Like, up the horn fucked up again.
But I hope we get A's from this class of notes that we took today. That was fun.
I do
Oh,
have
what?
experience for you guys.
Oh, spirits.
We're waiting for the end of the shoutouts for that.
But right after this, I will be streaming Hitman, and I stream almost every night. Coming up tomorrow and Tuesday, I think I'm going to get back into some GTRP. Other than that, Final Fantasy 14 and Ark.
Sounds
But
good.
Variel has my links. You can follow them there.
Follow all of the links, including those for Buckle, who's going to take it home for us. Take us on home, Buckle.
I also enjoyed very much the check marks and conferring with Vanderfluff because we had a plan knowing that we were going to encounter someone new and we had to judge them harshly. Don't worry about my links. Hit them if you want. I don't care. I'm not going to use them except for Twitter. I just like to roleplay and roll dice and hang out with you guys, which I will be doing next Sunday. Yeah, worry about the links. It's a cat. It'll get you, and it'll bite your feet or something.
Bite your feet?
Yeah.
Just my feet?
Or something, I said.
Oh,
God.
all right, fair enough. Shit.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's all I got. Yes,
Well.
I also like the drink beer split blends. Thank you.
All right. So I would like for all of you to take 500 experience.
Oh shit, level
Level
up.
6 is so close.
Evelyn does not get her experience because she is not here.
Sucks to
If
say.
you're not at the table, you get nothing. Good day, sir.
I'm less than 2k away. It's so close.
Wait,
I want to
how much
bite it.
XP is to level 6?
14,000.
Oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense
I'm-
then. Because mine says out of 10,000,
1150.
and I was like, how am I level 6 before you guys?
You are not. The closest to
I-
level 6 should be ammo and buckle.
I'm 1150 away. Yes.
Yep, you guys should get that within the next couple sessions. So we'll have some dingagement happening. Some level 6s.
As long as Leviathan doesn't get betrayed by the group, die early, then
There was no betrayal. There was, I don't know, rectified.
Justice.
yeah,
Justice.
that's what evil people say to justify betrayal.
Yeah, does your character have inspiration, Ewok?
No.
Then take it.
All
Per
right.
Variel's recommendation. I agree. Say thank you, Variel. Because I totally forgot about that part.
Thanks, Variel.
I straight up murdered him. Exactly, marked him in cold blood. It was horrifying.
Straight up murdered my character.
He's not dead. Just
Well, you.
somewhere
off,
very
yeah,
far
he's off
away.
the board. He's just off the board.
He's dead. His soul's dead.
But he might show up on Monday night. Maybe.
His
That's
spirits-
a. I don't know if Joey will ever be able to make that happen, but
Yeah, if I can, I will, but don't count on it.
right. So if he does, maybe you'll see Mickey again. But anyway, that is going to close it out for us here at Know Your Role. Thank you all very much for coming by, all the new followers, supporters, subscribers, donators, bit tossers, and all of y'all faces just being here. Thank you very much. We wave, we say goodbye. Have a good night. Show's over.
I hope it
Get out of here.
a blessed evening.
Play it.
Bye.